5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. The committee will now resume consideration of H.R. 6089, the Stop Iranian Drones Act. I ask for full support of this committee in passing this important bipartisan legislation, which I was proud to work with my colleagues to strengthen our national security against increased threats posed by unmanned combat aerial vehicles. We're still on general discussion. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure? Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for your leadership and the committee's excellent work on these important measures. I'm proud to join my colleagues as a co-sponsor of H.R. 6089, the Stop Iranian Drones Act, bipartisan legislation introduced by Ranking Member McCall, Chairman Meeks, and Representatives Ted Deutsch and Joe Wilson. This important legislation targets the growing proliferation of lethal, unmanned aerial vehicles or drones built by Iran and used against U.S. forces and our partners and allies, including Israel. Last month, Representatives Ted Deutsch, Joe Wilson, and I visited U.S. Central Command headquarters at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, where we heard directly from CENTCOM leadership about the serious and growing threat posed by Iranian unmanned aerial systems against U.S. forces, international shipping, and allies and partners in the region. This includes a brazen drone attack this October on U.S. forces at the Al-Tanf garrison in southern Syria, carried out by Iranian-backed militia in Iraq with drones supplied by Iran. We know that Iran supplies these attack drones to other proxies throughout the region, including the terrorist groups Hamas in Gaza and Lebanese Hezbollah, as well as the Houthis and various Shia militia. In fact, since the beginning of the year, militants have launched at least 6 drone attacks against U.S. and coalition forces in Iraq. This follows a pattern of drone attacks in recent years against our ally Israel. In 2019, Israeli forces struck IRGC and Iranian-backed militia facilities in Syria to thwart a planned explosive-laden kamikaze-style drone attack on Israel. In 2018, Iran launched an armed drone from Syria into Israeli airspace, which Israeli warplanes destroyed. And in 2017, Israeli forces destroyed an Iranian-supplied Hezbollah drone over Syria. I am glad the Biden administration has acted in response, recently announcing sanctions against a network of companies and individuals behind Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps drone program. Congress should also act to address this pressing issue. That is why this bill clarifies that the President is required to impose congressionally mandated sanctions under the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act against any entity which knowingly and materially contributes to the supply and transfer of these drone weapon systems to Iran. This bipartisan legislation will send a strong message to Iran and its suppliers that the United States will not tolerate this deliberate campaign of repeated attacks on the U.S., our ally Israel, or other partners which further destabilize a volatile region. Mr. Chairman, this bipartisan bill will help us crack down on Iran's dangerous killer drone program. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I look forward to continuing to work together on a bipartisan basis to counter the full range of threats posed by Iran and to support the safety and security of our allies and partners. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purpose did the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
What's the number?
439, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment to our staffs Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Carry Amendment Number 439 to H.R. 6089. Add at the end the following, Section 5, Statement of Policy. The President shall
Without
direct...
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. The representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I hope everyone in the room can agree, Iran's continued enrichment activity and pursuit of certain research and development activities have, alongside other actions, breached the JCPOA, and as a result, a mechanism that was employed by the Trump administration in September, commonly referred to as snapback mechanism, was employed to reimpose the following sanctions on Iran. 1, an indefinite embargo on the transfer of conventional arms to and from Iran. 2, an indefinite ban on support for Iran's missile program. 3, a prohibition on all testing and development of nuclear-capable missiles. 4, a prohibition on all enrichment-related activities. And finally, an indefinite travel and asset ban for sanctioned Iranian officials. In February, the Biden administration sent a letter to the UN Secretary Council and rescinded President Trump's use of snapback mechanism. In other words, these sanctions remain terminated. Democrats have since incorrectly argued that the Trump administration's application of snapback was invalid, as the United States had withdrawn from the JCPOA on May 18th of 2018 and therefore had no justification to use a snapback mechanism. However, while the United States may have exited the nuclear deal, it still remains a party to the UN Security Council Resolution 2231 that codified the deal. In this capacity, and as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, the Biden administration could have pressed the claim, but in an attempt to incentivize Iran back to the negotiating table, President Biden instead chose to send the message that it's okay when countries break agreements, enrich uranium well beyond established parameters, manufacture centrifuges, and conduct prohibited research and development activities. It's apparently also okay for the spokesman of Iran's armed forces to publicly state just prior to the latest round of talks, we will, quote, "we will not back off from the annihilation of Israel, even 1 millimeter. We want to destroy Zionism in the world," unquote. As long as the offending country, in this case Iran, is willing to take time out of his busy schedule supporting terrorist groups across the Middle East, the President of the United States is perfectly all right, or seemingly so, with allowing the roguish Iranian regime to do and say whatever they please. Since the beginning of this year, Iran has denied any attempt by the IAEA to access critical sites and continue to obstruct IAEA investigations into undeclared nuclear locations. They have not demonstrated anything that would resemble good faith. Based on numerous news articles, the Biden administration is attempting to press a halfway deal in which Iran would freeze or diminish part of its nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. If this is the best the Biden administration can hope for at this point, I assess they've already failed. With the prospect for a nuclear agreement growing increasingly unlikely, it is long beyond time the Biden administration finally admit that its predecessor's maximum pressure campaign was the right approach in confronting the Iranian regime. A few years ago, the regime murdered at least 1,500 protesters calling for democracy. Right now, there are protesters in Iran due to water shortages. Protesters are shouting, "Death to the dictator," referring to the Ayatollah. On November 26th, the Iranian thugocracy decided to arrest 67 protesters and shoot at many more. It is clear that the Iranian government has lost the consent of the governed, and it is counterproductive to grant this government any semblance of legitimacy through these talks, especially as the people of Iran are clearly unwilling to do the same. Today, the Iranian regime is reeling. I urge my colleagues not to make the same mistakes of the past. We must take advantage of this opportunity to work towards our goal of a secular, democratic, and non-nuclear Iran. If we insist on pursuing a nuclear deal that will provide an adversarial government the means for our own destruction, we will only have ourselves to blame. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I wholeheartedly oppose this amendment. Why? Because there's good reason that Ranking Member McCall and I drafted this bill in such a simple and direct manner. Its purpose is to highlight the importance of addressing the UAV threat from Iran. We need foreign governments, many who could do more to be helpful, to work with the United States and in support of Iran's UAV manufacturing. They need to hear this message loudly and clearly. Iranian UAV proliferation will not be tolerated by the United States government. Unrelated amendments like this only distract from the issue at hand. Furthermore, please remember the previous administration tried to do exactly what Mr. Perry suggests in this amendment, and it was a complete failure. The Security Council would not even consider the motion because we were no longer a party to the JCPOA. We will have a robust debate about what our next steps vis-a-vis the Iranian nuclear program will be if the current negotiations concludes without an agreement. We expect to know the results of that process in the very near term. So let's reject this amendment and remain united as a committee in a bipartisan way. Let's send a singular voice against the Iranian UAV program, which is a direct threat to the United States troops. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the Perry Amendment number 439. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Pursuant to notice, for purpose of markup, I now call up H.R. 3988. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3988, to enhance mental health and psychosocial support within United States foreign assistance programs.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, this bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And without objection, the Deutsch Amendment in the nature of a substitute number 37, circulated to members, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for the purposes of an amendment. At this time, I now recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. The international community faces an unprecedented rise in humanitarian conflicts, magnified by the COVID-19 crisis and a climate crisis emergency. According to the World Health Organization, an estimated 1 million individuals worldwide have a mental health or substance use disorder. And the last estimates that nearly 130 million additional cases of major depressive and anxiety disorders globally in 2020 resulted from the COVID-19 pandemic. In the face of this, the United States must begin to integrate mental health and psychosocial support as a component of addressing humanitarian crises and the global health crises. This bill, led by my friend and colleague, Representative Ted Deutsch, would authorize the USAID Administrator and the Secretary of State to appoint a mental health and psychosocial support to integrate and coordinate mental health and psychosocial support across regional bureaus and missions. The MHPSS coordinators, particular attention to families and children, ensures that the United States takes a multifaceted approach to provide foreign assistance that reaches populations with the greatest need for mental health support. Support for mental health is a steadfast and critical component to addressing health outcomes across our foreign assistance, and I urge my colleagues to support the MINDS Act. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you.
Oh. Mr. Deutsch, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak on H.R. 3988, the Mental Health International Development Humanitarian Settings Act. And while we're taking the bills up separately, I don't want to miss the opportunity to thank NATO PA President Jerry Connolly for his resolution supporting a Center for Democratic Resilience. As we continue to see democratic backsliding abroad and assaults on our democracy at home, it's critical that we and our like-minded partners address this crisis head-on. And I also just want to take a moment to thank Representative Maliotakis for her resolution supporting a solution in Cyprus. Supporting a bizonal, bi-communal federation in Cyprus has long been part of U.S. foreign policy agenda. Continued provocations by Turkey in Cypriot waters and meddling in international Cypriot affairs must end. I'm confident, given his history on this issue, that President Biden will make this a priority. I want to thank my colleagues who have joined as co-sponsors of H.R. 3988, a bipartisan bicameral bill that I introduced with my friend, Representative Joe Wilson, the ranking member of the Middle East Subcommittee. The MINDS Act is an important step in tackling the urgent global mental health crisis. We have seen in our own districts, just as we have seen in our work on this committee, the dire mental health needs of the global community. We're already beginning to see how the pandemic compounded the risk factors for mental illness, creating new mental health challenges at home and in the communities we assist around the world. And at the epicenter of the global mental health crisis are those who were already most at risk. The MINDS Act is the first ever legislation to specifically consider mental health in American foreign assistance. The MINDS Act lays important groundwork for a global U.S. government-wide strategy to incorporate mental health and psychosocial support into all U.S. foreign assistance efforts, and establishes a special focus within that strategy for vulnerable populations. Our nation spends less than 1% of the federal budget on foreign aid, and an even smaller fraction on mental health assistance. But every dollar we spend lays the groundwork for a global community that is safer and more secure for the next generation, one less susceptible to emotional trauma, global pandemics, famine, war, and other challenges that contribute to extremism and instability. Addressing global mental health is not only a moral imperative and public health crisis. As nations rebuild and recover from COVID-19, addressing mental health is critical to our entire global community's future and to global security. This is an important opportunity that we have this morning to ensure U.S. foreign assistance dollars are going towards impactful humanitarian aid, being invested in sustainable development. It is an opportunity to take action to ensure that mental health occupies the place that it should, a consideration in our foreign assistance, the center of our foreign assistance, that will help ensure that the investments that we make will lead to a stronger and more resilient world. I urge my colleagues to vote for this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Greg Meeks and lead Republican Mike McCall, for bringing this bipartisan measure before us today. I am grateful to co-lead H.R. 3988, the Mental Health and International Development and Humanitarian Settings Act, along with my friend and colleague, Chairman Ted Deutsch. As the former president of the Mid-Carolina Mental Health Association, I have always had an appreciation of mental health services. Displaced persons and refugees fleeing some of the world's most authoritarian regimes undoubtedly suffer tremendous mental consequence of their circumstances, as we've seen with the very brave Syrians who have fled to Jordan and to Turkey, remarkable people who are being held unable to return to their homeland. Children who have been traumatized by unthinkable horrors face many challenges in the next stages of their lives. I believe this legislation is promoting responsible use of taxpayer funding of foreign aid by investing in the mental health stability of those whom we seek to assist. Additionally, addressing mental health trauma may have positive outcomes in decreasing indicators for violence and extremism. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I now recognize Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to begin by thanking Congressman Deutsch and Congressman Wilson for introducing this really important legislation. And to just say at the outset that The World Health Organization has reported a staggering 1 billion individuals worldwide who have a mental health or substance abuse disorder. And recent reports are that 130 million additional cases of significant depression related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is a serious global crisis, as Congressman Deutsch said. This legislation will allow the USAID particularly to include an emphasis on mental health and psychological support. There are so many, sadly, who have seen the horrors of war and famine, or who have been suffered displacement because of conflict, climate change, or other kinds of violence. And this will ensure that particularly those that are most marginalized and really the targets of discrimination that often results in these mental health challenges because of gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic background, or disease status receive the support they need so that they can positively contribute to their respective communities in whatever countries they live. This is, I think, as Congressman Deutsch mentioned, not only important in terms of reflecting our values as a democratic society in terms of ensuring that people are healthy and investing in the well-being of each other, but it's really central to our security. It will bring stability to places around the world, and America should really be leading in this way. And I just want to end where I began by thanking the sponsors for this really significant and important legislation. Urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Susan Wild of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 3988, Mental Health in International Development and Humanitarian Settings Act. This legislation is a major step forward in the continuing work of treating mental health just as seriously as physical health. By incorporating mental health and psychosocial support activities across all United States government foreign assistance programs, this bipartisan, bicameral legislation has the power to heal wounds that would otherwise go undiagnosed. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues around the world, the severe traumatic effects it will leave in its aftermath are already clear, particularly among low-income countries and populations that have suffered disproportionate loss of human life and have endured disproportionate economic pain and disruption. And the pandemic has only exacerbated already rising trends of mental health challenges across our societies. In this context, devising a comprehensive global strategy to tackle these challenges could not be more vital. And that's exactly what this bill does. Here at home, we are finally seeing a breakthrough in collective consciousness regarding the need to truly overcome the stigma around mental health. This understanding cannot stop at our nation's shores. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to pass this critical bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Brian Mast of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Representative Deutsch for bringing up this bill, although I rise in strong opposition to it. I thank him for bringing it up because I think it's a vital issue that we should be debating on this committee. And this is the appropriate venue to debate this. We find ourselves on different sides of it. This bill is all about providing mental health for people overseas. The U.S. taxpayer providing mental health counseling or other services. This was outlined by the speakers before me for those that are suffering from the problems of conflict, or one of the representatives said climate change, somebody that's suffering mentally because of climate change. It said that this is a moral imperative. There was numbers given for how many people globally are suffering from mental health illnesses and disease. And there might be very real numbers about that. I've seen incredible work done domestically here on mental health with my fellow veterans and with people across the country. But what fundamentally is the question in this that I believe needs to be debated is, does the U.S. taxpayer have any business whatsoever paying for the mental health counseling of any person overseas? And I want to read from the bill a little bit, and this is the nature of it. It says, the sense of Congress, this is the whole purpose of it. The sense of Congress, it's the sense of Congress that ensuring that individuals have the opportunity to thrive and reach their fullest potential is a critical component of sustainable international development and global public good benefits. That's a tough term to deal with global public good benefits. We go on there. It says mental health is an issue of critical and growing importance for the United States foreign assistance. That's where I strongly disagree. I don't believe that we should be taking our dollars, our taxpayer dollars, the dollars from people that this morning, as we speak, this Friday morning, are out there working, right? I got a friend, Paul, that's out there building docks. I don't think his dollars should be taken out of his pocket and sent to another country for somebody else's foreign aid. Or this weekend I did the selection and assessment for kids going to West Point, Naval Academy, and we used Army recruiters to come out there and help us with that. I don't think those Army recruiters should have money taken out of their pocket and sent overseas for somebody else's mental health. Or all the people that are working on Avenue D in Fort Pierce today, or my friend Pac with the Fort Pierce PD, or the drivers at Cheney Brothers in West Palm Beach, or Sheriff Snyder in Martin County and all of his deputies, and the list could go on and on and on. I don't think anybody that's at work this morning should have dollars taken out of their wallet, their pocket, their bank account, not being able to be used for their family and sent overseas for somebody else's mental health that is not an American citizen. I think it's a fundamental debate that we should have. I have an amendment. I see that Mr. Deutsch wants to speak on this. I'm not going to yield to you yet. I have an amendment coming up later on this, and I will give you I'm happy to have the debate on it at that time in a few minutes, but not right in this moment, so I'm happy to do that, and you'll have the opportunity to speak on the amendment as well. But I think it's a fundamental issue that needs to be debated here, especially as we look at next week. The debt limit of this nation is about to be put on the floor of the House of the Representatives to be raised again for the second time in what, 2 months here. Is this what the U.S. taxpayer dollar should be spent on? Again, going back to the legislation, the United States government foreign assistance strategy should include a mental health and psychosocial support component. The author of this bill just spoke on this, saying that it should be the center of foreign assistance. And again, I would say I agree that mental health is a serious issue out there, but I fundamentally disagree that 1 penny of U.S. taxpayer dollars should be sent overseas to ensure the mental health of anybody, no matter how much good we can justify that might do, how much that might help some family over there, or billions that are suffering from mental health, no matter how much that can be justified that it might do something good for somebody, and there are real justifications there, we should not be sending the dollars of our taxpayers overseas to treat mental health, and that's my personal beliefs on that. My time is nearly run dry. We will have more time for debate on this as I have an amendment, and like I said, I'll look forward to, I know there's some people that want to talk about this, and I'm glad. It's well worth speaking about, and in that, my time is run dry. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the sponsor of this bill, Representative Ted Deutsch.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. And I appreciate your yielding, and I'll look forward to discussing your amendment, Mr. Mass, but I just want to make sure that I understand, because it's specific before we even get to the amendment. I too cared deeply about all the people who work in my district, but I just had a question for you about when you say not 1 penny of U.S. taxpayer money. I want to understand, is your position that not 1 penny of U.S. taxpayer money should be spent at all overseas? Do you support the work that USAID does, for example?
Sometimes I do, and sometimes I do not. Specifically, I do not support mental health.
Reclaiming my time, right? So I'm just trying to understand, when the less than 1% of our of our budget that we spend on foreign assistance, the money that goes to actually show that America is on the ground, like hearings I've had on my subcommittee for the assistance, the U.S. assistance that goes to help those who have been brutalized by Assad's regime, for example. I wonder if that's the kind of money that we spend that you could support.
Are you yielding?
I do yield for an answer.
Obviously, horrific events by Bashar al-Assad. He's a scourge of the earth. He should be dispatched from this earth immediately, but we should not spend $1 for the mental health of those that he hurt. That's my belief.
I'm just trying to, reclaiming my time, I'm trying to understand if we should spend one penny of our taxpayer money providing assistance for the horrific suffering in refugee camps in Jordan, for example, of Syrian refugees. Should any of our money be spent, leave aside the issue of mental health, should we spend any money to help those suffering in those refugee camps?
And yes, I believe that is our job, is to decide which dollars
so then reclaiming
for
my
food,
time,
for
then
water,
reclaiming my
things like
time,
that.
Mr. Mass, I guess I would also ask, having been down with Mr. Meeks down to Colombia and seeing the situation at the border with Venezuela and again, the horrific conditions that the Venezuelan people face, and those who travel into Colombia just to get a meal, the food that sits in storerooms, USAID support that won't be accepted by the brutal regime in Venezuela, so it just sits there. But is that something, should we be supporting the Venezuelan people?
Are you yielding?
I do.
Not one penny for mental health counseling
So
to the Venezuelan people.
So then I appreciate the clarification. The fact is, and this is the reason why Mr. Wilson and I introduced this bill, it's the reason why this is so important. The fact is that if we actually care about the work that we do abroad to help lift up communities, particularly those communities who have been brutalized by vicious regimes. If the aid workers of USAID, if the professionals who work for our government all around the world on the less than 1% of the money that we spend on foreign aid, if they're there to help promote democracy, promote the welfare of those who are suffering, and to do it by putting forward the best face of America, which I think we all agree is the purpose that we should spend our money, the hard-earned money of taxpayers. To the extent we spend a small amount abroad, we should do it in ways that enhance our own national security. That's the only time. That's the only time we should spend our foreign assistance abroad. And the reason that we do, and the reason that we make this small contribution to help in areas like I've discussed around the world, is not just because it makes us feel good. It's because it helps to address crises. It helps to prevent future crises. It helps to prevent radicalization. And if we're making those investments that will help our own national security, then we absolutely ought to be considering mental health, because when we do, it also furthers our own national security. We should only be making decisions that are in the best interest of America. That's what we do when we provide assistance, foreign assistance, small amount that it is, and that's what we do when we suggest that we should be focusing on lifting up communities when we provide that foreign assistance to make those communities safer and ultimately to make America more secure. And I yield back.
The gentle lady's time has expired. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure?
Yes, Vargas from California.
Mr. Perry, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first like to associate my comments, or the comments, myself with the comments from the gentleman from Florida, but I'd like to add to those just a bit. Priorities, ladies and gentlemen, priorities. Last couple years, I don't know, we spent $6–7 trillion, half of which we didn't have, nor could the taxpayers pay. We literally just printed it, except we actually didn't even print it. It's digital. Inflation's going through the roof. People in America can't afford to drive their cars, making choices about food or their insurance policies or education or getting to work or Christmas presents for their children. People in America. Priorities, ladies and gentlemen, 22 a day. 22 a day is the amount of American service members who kill themselves. Now, there are big challenges across the globe, to be sure, and I appreciate the sentiment of Mr. Deutsch's bill. Priorities, ladies and gentlemen, we're not here to represent Venezuela or Syria or Cuba or half our other enemies. whose people live under horrific circumstances due to the jackbooted thuggery of those who lead them. And when you say, well, we show we care. Okay, so we're going to provide the American taxpayer who can't, pay for gasoline or buy a steak is going to provide for the mental health of somebody in the Syrian regime that's living under the jackbooted dictatorship of a thug. And we're going to show we care. Wouldn't it be great if we did what we could to get them out of the life under the jackbooted dictatorship of a thug? Wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't that be a higher priority? We're going to deal with their mental health and leave them there. I'm sorry, I don't see that as very compassionate. I don't see that as the priority that actually does the best we can to put the face of America forward. Presenting freedom, presenting opportunity around the globe. That's our priority in a situation where we want to do as much as we can for everybody we can. We all want to help, but we only have so much. We only have so much. The priority begins at home first, with the taxpayers that are giving their hard-earned dollars, and we're 22 service members every single day. It happened yesterday, it's going to happen today, it's going to happen tomorrow. You're going to wake up, you're not going to think about it, but across the country, 22 veterans that provide the freedom that we live in are going to take their lives. And we're going to take this money, we're going to take this authorization and send it around the globe to help other people deal with their mental health challenge while they live under horrific conditions, and we're going to leave them to live in those horrific conditions. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Priorities are important, scale's important, and context is important. I appreciate the sentiments, but this is heading in the wrong direction. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields the balance. I now recognize Representative Juan Vargas of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and again the ranking member for holding this hearing and for this bill in particular. I strongly support this bill. And of course, I only represent the United States of America, and I'm, of course, deeply proud to represent the people of the 51st Congressional District in California. And yes, I do make them my priority. But we can't be short-sighted. And I think that Governor David Beasley says this the best. He says, we can spend 75 cents a day helping somebody in their country, or we can spend $250 a day when they come to our own country, because people migrate when they don't have opportunities in their own country. Now, he says it in the context of the World Food Program, which, by the way, won the Nobel Peace Prize under his leadership. But I think he's right in that we don't do this to feel good. We do it because it's the right thing for our country, not only for the people there, but for our own country. We certainly can help people where they are, and then that doesn't force them then to migrate. When people make fun of this whole issue of climate change, we might think it's funny, but when a hurricane comes through your country and wipes you out, and the only option you have is to either starve where you are or migrate, you migrate. That's why it's so important for the United States not to have a short-sighted view and vision of the world, but one that's far-sighted. And again, for our own personal interests, not necessarily the interests of others. It's great that we can help others, and certainly my Christian tradition says that we should, and it's the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. We should help people in other countries, physically and also, of course, with mental health. I know people treat mental health like it's not real. Mental health is real. I mean, it affects so many people, and when you hear about people taking their lives, their own lives, it's because of mental health, again, the problems that they have. Let's not pretend that this is not something that's very, very important in their lives and in the lives of all of us. So again, I appreciate the bipartisan nature of this bill. I have great respect for the author and the co-author, the co-sponsor. I think two people that are great patriots and care deeply about our country, but they also look at our country in a far-sighted way, not a short-sighted way. So let's not be short-sighted. Let's pass this. And again, I thank very much.
Would my friend yield? Would my friend yield?
Yes, of course, I'd be happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. This is Mr. Connolly. Just a couple of questions for you. Do you believe that providing this kind of assistance is a direct cost to the United States in terms of doing things domestically? Is that a fair trade-off, do you think?
To whom is the question addressed, Mr. Connolly?
To you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Perry and others have framed this issue as either or. It's a zero-sum game. If we do this, it means we're not doing things we should be doing at home. Do you believe that is, in fact, a false equivalency or a correct one?
No, I think that that's very much a false equivalency. It's not I'm sorry, go ahead.
And with respect to the execution of foreign policy, do you believe that there could be mental health repercussions when women are mass raped as an instrument of warfare in combat situations?
Of
Could
course.
there be a mental, yeah. And do you think it's in the U.S. interest to try to treat that to avoid other kinds of behavioral ramifications from that horrible crime?
Of course I do, and we should. It's an obligation.
And do you believe that when children are victims of violence or witness like the death of a parent at the violent hands of a gang or a militia or a thuggish government, that there could be mental health repercussions that could lead that individual as a child to go down a different kind of path than we want
Mr.
as a
Vargas,
country,
would you yield?
because of the trauma that they experienced?
Yes, sir, I do.
So when we talk about this being in our interest, it is in our interest,
Would
apparently.
Mr. Vargas yield to Mr. Mast?
I've already yielded Mr. Connolly, and I believe he's still speaking.
Yes, I just, Mr. Vargas, the final question was, in other words, treating mental health issues from trauma, especially in combat situations, in conflictual situations, is very much in the United States' interest. If we want to make sure that there aren't worse consequences in terms of violence and behavior that follow.
I agree. I would, of course, yield to Mr. Mast, but my
Gentleman's time has expired.
I apologize.
I thank my friend for yielding.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else wish to speak on this measure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on the measure, please.
For 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield to Mr. Mast.
Again, I appreciate the debate on this. It's important, and I think there were two terms that were used that show the importance of this debate. Mr. Connolly said that it's in our interest to provide mental health counseling. Mr. Vargas said it's an obligation. Now, both of these individuals are friends, but those two words, they have specific meaning. And those are important words to decide, is it in our interest or is it an obligation? Those are very, very different things to tell the U.S. taxpayer, that you are obligated to have dollars stripped from you, sent overseas, to hire mental health counselors for any of the horrific situations. I agree, these are horrific situations, but is it our obligation to pay for mental health counseling overseas? And again, I would argue that the answer to that is no. I don't disagree with Mr. Deutsch that you could find instances where it is an interest. That doesn't mean that I believe that we should choose that as a priority. That is, again, a subject very important for the debate of this committee. If everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. And we could find a reason to justify every bit of good from cradle to grave for a person overseas on this committee. That's you could find a reason to say, help them from making sure that their birth is insured and they're not aborted, all the way to end-of-life care and all points in between. But what is an obligation and what is an interest and what is a duty and the use of terms to define that list needs to be debated here in this body. That's what's so important, because we are dealing with the dollars of our people. I thank Representative Muser for yielding me the time, and I give him his time back.
I yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to sort of piggyback off of Mr. Mast's conversation, which is we do have a duty to be responsible to the taxpayer dollar and to spend them as wisely as possible. But I would argue that these sorts of preventative measures are the ways that we are most responsible to the taxpayer dollar. We might recall that just recently we had a subcommittee hearing here in the HVAC where we had testimony from a variety of U.S. security professionals. And these experts testified, their testimony said that focusing on mental health issues of young people who are growing up in these terrible circumstances was indeed the most effective way to prevent young people from becoming terrorists. So I would say this because this is an important distinction. How we use taxpayer dollars is really important. But if we can use them more effectively in this way, rather than on the backside when there's tragedy and death and destruction and war, I would argue that this is effectively the best way that we can manage our taxpayer resources. And with that, I'm happy to yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative August Pfluger of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I listen to this discussion, there's so many things that are going through my mind on the responsibilities that we have and the priorities that we have. And I think, first and foremost, if we're going to look at mental health issues, it has got to start right here. My wife is a counselor, and when you look at the just look at our children in this country right here that need help. The pandemic has been very difficult on so many people, and if we're really serious about it, and I hear the passion, I do hear the passion in this discussion from both sides of the aisle, and I appreciate that. But it has got to start right here at home, and we've got to address this in a way that utilizes our own hard-earned taxpayer dollars in the most effective and efficient way. And I think that's the first point that I would like to make. The second point is, when we talk about mental health issues across the world, let's start with what's causing those mental health issues and how we can get ahead of them, and preventative, that word preventative. And I would advocate that the things that we do on this committee, where we're advocating for security and stability, if you take the Ukraine, I bet there's quite a few people who are under an enormous amount of stress. And we can peel that onion back and see where this committee could be helpful to that situation, to alleviate that mental health stress before we get to the point where they fear, the threat of an invasion. And you can look at so many different situations. I spoke with people from Lebanon yesterday who, that their country is undergoing and has undergone a very, very serious threat to their government, to the legitimacy of their government, where you have foreign fighters, men and women 18 to 35 years old who are exiting the country to go fight in Syria and places like that. Well, it's because they don't have jobs. So let's target the root cause of some of these issues, and that is security, stability, economic success. And I think that's what this committee can really do well. But I can't, for the life of me, understand why we wouldn't focus on mental health issues here at home in a more comprehensive way before we look abroad, and can't support something that does that before we look right here at home in our own neighborhoods, in our own hometowns. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mask, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 66, I believe.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Massed Amendment Number 66 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3988.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Mass from Florida is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a great deal of debate to this point already, and I appreciate the debate about whether it is an obligation or a duty or an interest or a concern. Those are all very important words as to whether the U.S. taxpayer, the person that's working in any city across our country right now, should be paying for the mental health of somebody overseas. Reasons that have been given have said, listen, we need to pay for the mental health suffering because of those suffering from climate change. That's something that was given as an example. It says it's an obligation. And again, I don't disagree that there are horrific circumstances across the globe. But again, fundamentally, is it the job of the American taxpayer to pay for mental health counseling for those in other countries? I can argue that I disagree that it is. Others can argue that they believe that it is. One way or another, I do believe that it's important that we never lose sight of whose dollars it is that we are spending in this body. And it's not government dollars, it's taxpayer dollars. I may start to do this for every single bill that comes before this entire body of the House of Representatives, just to remind all of our colleagues and myself of whose dollars that we are spending. So here's the nature of this amendment. It is to, in a number of different places in this legislation, strike where it says United States government funding and insert American taxpayer funding. So number 1, page 3, line 20, it says that for the United States development and humanitarian assistance programs that requires coordinated efforts to ensure that programming funded by the United States government, I would like to strike United States government and instead say ensure that programming funded by the American taxpayer. Just to remind us of whose money it is that is actually being spent here, though I will not be voting to support actually spending the American taxpayer dollar on that. Go to page 9, line 23 of the bill, and I will insert again. The amount of funding under the United States Development and Humanitarian Assistance Programs, change that to the amount of taxpayer funding under the United States Development and Humanitarian Assistance Programs. Again, just to remind us of whose dollars it is that are being spent. Go to page 11, line 4 and line 6. And again, likewise, and change it from funding data to taxpayer funding data, including a list of programs to which USAID and the Department of State have, and here's where the other change comes in, obligated funds during the most recently concluded fiscal year, strike funds and insert taxpayer funds. And that is the nature of this amendment. And again, as I said, I think this is something that we should consider doing in every piece of legislation throughout this entire body, is to remind ourselves of exactly whose dollars are being spent in this body. Because I believe that in many cases it's been forgotten that somebody woke up at 5 so that they could, scrounge up a breakfast, race to work by 6, will be working until 6 p.m., hoping to get a few hours with their family before their kids go to bed, and hopefully, maybe have some time with them this weekend, and do it day after day in the host of amazing ways that Americans go to work out there each and every day. Let's make sure that we remind those people that we recognize where every penny truly comes from, and that is from their hard work, from the work of their hands. Those on the battlefield, those on the beat, those that put out fires, those that drive trucks, those that are nurses and doctors and healthcare workers across the board, those that provide mental health counseling, those that every awesome thing that Americans go out there and learn to do and immerse themselves in fully to do and exhaust themselves in fully to do, only to wake up the next day and exhaust themselves fully again, that we recognize the dollars spent in Congress come from that time spent doing that work that they immerse themselves in. And we should be doing that for every piece of legislation in this entire body. I thank the chairman for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This amendment attempts to detract from America's democratic and human rights values to aid countries in need who trust us to be a reliable ally and a humanitarian partner, while ignoring the existing safeguards already in place, preventing foreign assistance from going to foreign terror organizations. United States law already prevents foreign assistance from going to designated FTOs as well as assistance to the governments of these countries. This committee has worked closely in a bipartisan manner to ensure that foreign aid is not diverted or inappropriately distributed. And I gotta say, as part of this debate, as I listen to it, who are we as Americans? Because as I travel the world, and before I was chair of this committee and as chair of this committee, and speak with other governments, they're starting to ask the question, who are we? We talk about values, but do we exercise values? And I say we have. That's the work of the USAID. And that the American people are generous. And they understand what's in their best interest. I hear these comments on this committee all of the time, worried about what China's going to do or what Russia's going to do. Or if countries become closer to Russia than to America. What I've observed and what we criticize when we go to different places, China is moving in and trying to put money into these countries that we should be. So are we saying that we should not be interested in spending foreign aid money to help those that have been devastated? Yes, either by war or natural disasters. And then when they leave their shores because they've been so affected, who are we? Because at the other side, we hear also say, close the borders. Don't let them come in.
Hear, hear.
Who are we? The world is starting to ask the questions. And if we don't do it, they're going to turn to someone else. That's what they ask me. What's my alternative? United States not going to do it? Who do we go to? And when other nations step up and say, okay, we'll do it, then we lose our overall influence in the world. So you talk about the value of spending less than 1% of our budget on foreign aid to help people? If you go by proportionate share, many other nations give more than we do. We're the richest country in the world. But this is not a matter for me just about the dollars. It's about we keep talking about our values. You know, when I was a kid growing up in the street, they talked about put your money where your mouth is. If we're not going to talk about our values and we don't care about our values, then let's not put any money there. But if we care about our values, let us put our money where our mouth is. And I yield back the balance of my time. I now recognize Representative Steve Shabbat of Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take up the whole 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman, but I want to thank Mr. Mast, the gentleman from Florida, for really, I think, an excellent amendment. It will remind people in the future where this money really does come from. And I think that's an excellent suggestion. Rather than just talk about, the U.S. government or America, this is the taxpayers of the American people who are footing the bill for all these things. And some of them may be very worthwhile things. But I think we should constantly remind both the people we're giving the money to, as well as ourselves, as to that this really isn't our money. It belongs to the American people. And the fact that I think too often in Washington that's not thought about has led to where we are right now when you look at the national debt. We've got, $20+ trillion national debt now. And despite that fact, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, with the full support of the Biden administration, just passed legislation which is going to put us even further into debt. This BBB, they call it Build Back America. It's really Biden's bad bill. It could potentially mean bankruptcy. It's an awful bill. We're talking essentially, for example, trying to encourage to get more people dependent upon the government, more welfare payments, and then taking away the requirement for people to actually work. What we want is more personal responsibility in this country, not less. And we're talking about, again, we're talking about the taxpayers here. We're talking about raising their taxes in this bill. And they'll say, oh, it's only the wealthy that are going to pay for that. We know that that's not the case. And we know it's actually going to cost a lot more than my Democratic colleagues say it's going to cost. They say it's going to cost 1.75 trillion or 2 trillion or so, but then they've used budget gimmicks in order to make it looks like it spends a lot less than it really does. We generally score these things or see how much it's going to cost over a 10-year period of time. Well, a lot of these things are reduced to, well, how much is it going to cost in a year or 2 years? Like it's going to go away. The spending is going to go away. We know that's not going to happen. It's the same thing with, Obamacare, for example, or the so-called Affordable Care Act, or some people call it the Unaffordable Care Act. But there was a lot of hope that that would go away, or at least parts of it would go away. And it's still with us. When you get people hooked on government largesse, government funding, the odds are it's going to go on and on and on. So I commend the gentleman from Florida for offering this amendment so that we'll actually talk about who's paying for all this stuff. Again, some of it which may be money worth spending, other things, no, we shouldn't be spending on it, but it's not our money. The money is raised from the American people, the hardworking taxpayers out there. Let's remind ourselves of that every day. So thank you, Mr. Mass, for reminding us of that. This is a great amendment. I strongly support it, would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing in this amendment questions who we are, questions our interest in promoting great things around the world. Our interest, like I said, every one of us wants to help. Nothing in this amendment changes any of that, but it does acknowledge those who are being required to help, whether they agree or not. It acknowledges them. And that seems to be, to me, a small price to ask. Now, I know, China was referenced, and I think that many of the members on this committee certainly understand the problem of China and are doing great work to counter them. But since it's brought up, and since we're talking about this bill, I suspect, I don't know, but maybe it'd be a great exercise for the debate to find out how much mental health counseling and services the Communist Party of China is offering to countries around the world while they wreak havoc around the world. I suspect it's very little. Now, China's got a mission, and they understand the priority of their mission. And maybe the priority of their mission is causing a lot of the mental health challenges that we face around the world. But wouldn't it be more humane, it wouldn't be better, and wouldn't it be a better priority to deal with China so that they weren't causing the mental health issues as opposed to dealing with the mental health issues that are just going to keep coming because we're not dealing with the hard things that China's doing? That's, ladies and gentlemen, once again, priorities. Priorities. This is a great amendment. This is an appropriate amendment. Quite honestly, as we move forward as a committee, as committee members, as members of Congress, I think we ought to all take a page out of Mr. Mast's playbook and acknowledge in all our legislation The taxpayers, the citizens, are bosses, the people we work for, and their sacrifices on behalf of the things that we do here. And with that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I would ask the chairman and ranking member to consider support for this amendment again. And that we do honestly think about this moving forward in all legislation. And Mr. Chairman, you said that this would detract. And that's an important word. I honestly believe the opposite in terms of specifically noting that dollars that come out of appropriated out of this body, they're not from some big blob of an institution. They really do come from an individual. They come from somebody that went to work each day of the year and worked hard. And that acknowledging that is not a detraction from any legislation. If anything, it puts an exclamation point on anything that does actually pass this body, because it gives credit to where the appropriations truly do come from. That's not a detraction from legislation. That's an exclamation point on it was given a priority in this way. And if somebody overseas, some individual, USAID, we found it important enough to make sure that on USAID rice bags or something like that overseas, that it's noted for the people who those rice bags come from. Why did we want them to know that? Because it's important that they know who is actually helping them out. Even though I might not agree with the underlying piece of legislation, as I said, I think it's important across the board, and I mentioned I would probably do this all the time, in every piece of legislation that I can here, to remind this body and the globe that it is the U.S. taxpayer, the person that goes to work, that allowed whatever it is to happen. And I think that's the most important exclamation point that can be put on any piece of legislation in this body. I thank the gentleman.
Will the gentleman yield?
It's Mr. Perry's.
I certainly yield to the ranking member.
Yeah, I agree. I support this amendment. They should know it's a taxpayer, the United States taxpayer. I supported the branding bill. It was my bill. USAID Mark Green, director, asked me to introduce that bill and pass it so that nations know when foreign assistance comes in, it's got the flag of the United States of America on it. So they know it's coming from the United States. Hell, when China, when they send aid in, they know where it's coming from. It's got the Chinese flag all over it. And when the vaccines come in from China, all over it. We passed that bill, and I was proud of the committee's work. And I think diplomats, that's why we passed strengthening business through diplomacy. So, the number one mission at the state is to advance our business interest. The diplomats need to advance that interest. And they need to know when a country gets our assistance, our foreign aid, they need to know where it's coming from, because that is diplomacy.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And that's how we win.
Gentleman's time has expired. And I recognize Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first associate myself with the remarks of so many of my colleagues about the value of our foreign assistance, that I hope we all recognize that stability and peace and democratic societies around the world contribute to the security of the United States, and that we benefit, the American people benefit from a more prosperous, more peaceful, more stable world. So it's hard to imagine that in the Foreign Affairs Committee, we have to actually argue and make the case for investing in our diplomatic work around the world to build stronger societies and stronger democratic institutions. In fact, that's the reason I joined the Foreign Affairs Committee, because I fundamentally understood how important our role is in the world, and frankly, particularly in the geopolitical context in which we now operate, that our failure to do so leaves an opportunity for other countries that don't share our values to provide that kind of assistance. So it's in our national security interests, it's in our interests in terms of promoting peace and stability around the world, and it seems odd that we have to argue that to members of the Foreign Affairs Committee, but hopefully that's clear. The second point I want to make is the notion that that this is not a wise investment, and that contrasting it to what my friends on the other side of the aisle see as bad investments from the president's Build Back Better agenda. I think it's important just to quickly respond to that. First of all, I would just remind some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who spoke so ferociously against an investment in America's working families that, these were the same folks who voted happily for a $2 trillion tax cut that was completely unpaid for, and that benefited the richest people in this country, the top, 85%. 85% of those benefits went to the top 1% of the wealthiest people in America, unpaid for, an investment in the wealthiest people and the most successful companies. Build Back Better cuts costs for American families for everything from child care and prescription drugs and health care. It's fully paid for. No working family that makes less than $400,000 will see a tax increase. In fact, they'll see the biggest tax cut, particularly if they have children in a generation. And it's fully paid for by making sure the wealthiest people in this country and the most profitable corporations pay their fair share. That's all it asks for. Pay your fair share. And it will produce the Build Back Better, along with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, 1.5 million jobs a year for 10 years, good paying union jobs. So, this idea that those aren't good investments, I just want to quickly refute that. They are good investments. They're going to help working families, and they're going to make a real difference in our economy. But to return back to the subject matter of this hearing, the investments that we're making are modest relative to our entire budget, less than 1%. But I hope we're not going to ever send a message to the world that we don't understand this, that as the wealthiest and most powerful country in the world, that it's not only in our interests, but that we have a responsibility to do our part. And if we don't, others who don't share our values will. And so I urge all my colleagues to keep that in mind as this debate continues. And I thank my colleagues who have made this argument more eloquently than I, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative August Pfluger of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this and to support my colleague from Florida on this amendment. And by the way, this is I have heard more debate on Build Back Better on this particular committee than we actually had in during the bill. So that's good, and we deserve that transparency. But I think, Mr. Chairman, what you said about the values is exactly right. That we do want our values to be heard throughout the world, and I think that's what my colleague Mr. Mast is trying to get to, is that the American people are generous and that we are willing to help out, and we demonstrate that time and time again. I mean, we do more charitable work throughout the world than any other country, and as a people than any other people. As an American people, we do that. I think the issue that I have, and I'm not trying to suggest that the committee adopt Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but maybe it would be a good idea if we just started with the foundational needs. And those on the bottom of the pyramid, those physiological needs, whether it's food, water, shelter, clothing, I mean, those are really, really important. And until we get that right, then in my mind, we don't move to that next level. We need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. But I think what I hear my colleagues saying, and what I support in this amendment, is that the American people want to put that stamp of approval. And when we send aid in any way, shape, or form, whether it's the foundational need of Maslow's hierarchy, that food, shelter, clothing, or whether it's the safety and security as you go up the rung, or whether it's the mental health, we want that stamp of approval from the American taxpayers. And all of us as the representatives of our own constituents need to be able to report back. My district is not going to be okay with jumping to that third or fourth rung on the hierarchy of needs, knowing that we've ignored in some cases the first or second. And it's fine if we offer things like mental health, but if energy security is not provided for and people are left cold, dark, and hungry, then I don't know how to go back and talk to the constituents of the 11th District of Texas about what we've done to skip those first steps that are so foundational. And so I just like to support Mr. Mast in this. I think this is a really important issue, that it does achieve the values, that it does transmit a message to the rest of the world, that the American public is generous, that we're going to take care of our needs here at home. We're going to lead by example, and where we can, we'll help out. And that's why I joined the Foreign Affairs Committee, to be able to send our stamp of approval, but most basically to take care of those foundational needs first. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Nicole Maliotakis of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues in the committee for this great debate today. I don't think anyone is arguing that American investment is not leading to stability, peace.
You're on mute, Ms. Maliotakis. We can't hear you. And you're breaking up. We can't hear you. We'll go back to Ms. Maliotakis. Do we have anybody else? I recognize Ms. Manning, Kathy Manning from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the discussion that we've had today and the debate back and forth, and I'm trying to reconcile the comments that my colleagues make when it comes to competing with China and how important it is to maintain our position in the world, and the concerns that my colleagues on the other side express about the safety and security of the American people from terrorists around the world. And I agree with those concerns, but I'm trying to reconcile those comments with our efforts to invest in our people through the Build Back Better bill so that we will have the skills and the manpower to compete with China. And I'm trying to reconcile their security concerns with our efforts to combat the growth of terrorists by providing funding to assist young people with mental health issues, young people who are living in terrible circumstances, by getting in front of those problems, as we heard from the experts who testified in the subcommittee hearing we had on the growth of terrorism and how to address that. And I with Mr. Pfluger, I agree that in an ideal world, we could work to prevent the kinds of conflicts and wars that are at the root cause of these issues, and we could address the baseline needs of these people. But we're not in an ideal world. We can't start from scratch. We know that there are already people around the world who are living in terrible circumstances, and the effort of the underlying bill that we're discussing right now is to address those issues, to get ahead of those problems. And so I don't understand the conflict between the desire to compete with China, the desire to address and prevent terrorists, with the idea that we can address those issues with regard to China, by investing in our people, with regard to the security concerns we're discussing today, by helping to address mental health issues to prevent people from becoming the future terrorists that we're concerned about. So I just want to raise that issue, to participate in this debate, and I appreciate that we're having this debate. And I want to go back, I want to close by echoing Chairman Meeks' comments that we need to remember who we are, we need to remember our values, and we need to be putting our money behind those values. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do we have Ms. Maliotakis back?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am now on Wi-Fi, so we shouldn't have any interruption. I want to thank you and my colleagues for this very good debate. Certainly, the work that we do in this committee and it is so important to the stability and the peace and the security that my colleagues have mentioned. And we want to see democracy and freedom around the world. I think we also need to make sure that the dollars being spent are very strategic, and that we're spending the taxpayers' money appropriately to make sure we're getting the desired outcome and that it's effective. So I think one thing the committee does need to look at is metrics and measuring where the dollars are going and how efficient and effective they've been. But with the amendment that we're discussing now, I want to applaud my colleague, Mr. Mast. Certainly, I believe that it is important that we let everyone know who is paying for this diplomacy and strategic investment. China, our competitor there, sure makes it known throughout the world whenever they are making these investments. And I think we need to do the same. As a matter of fact, this committee had advocated for the American flag to be placed on the vaccines when we were pushing for vaccine diplomacy. I thought that was very smart, and we should be placing the American flag on every humanitarian aid product that we are giving to other countries so they know it's the American people. And I also support the language change that Mr. Mass has proposed to ensure that we include the word taxpayer before the word funding, because I think it is incredibly important that not just those around the world, but those who are legislating are reminded that it is the American taxpayer that is certainly paying for this type of investment in diplomacy. So thank you very much for your time. I yield back.
General Lady yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the Mast Amendment number 66. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No.
No. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purposes does the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
What's the number?
432.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
No.
You want to give me the check and I'll send it to Elias to.
Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Carry amendment number 432 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
H.R.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment specifically addresses the impact of the mental health disorders on children and cites the expertise of the World Health Organization in making this point. As a general point, it would behoove this committee to reconsider citing the World Health Organization in literally any argument. Quite frankly, it would be in our interest to reconsider our affiliation with that institution altogether. The WHO is in part responsible for the deaths of over 800,000 Americans, and I will inform my colleagues that anyone who wishes to cite an organization responsible for what has happened to our country during this pandemic will be met with a similar amendment. And every time I will argue these same points that designate the WHO's culpability in exporting the threat of the coronavirus to the rest of the world. On December 31st, 2019, the independent country of Taiwan informed the WHO of human-to-human transmission of the coronavirus. However, because CCP puppet Dr. Tedros worked to maintain Taiwan's exclusion from the WHO, Taiwan's warning was not published on the institution's data exchange platform. On January 14th of 2020, the CCP authorities determined that there was no chance of human-to-human transmission of the coronavirus. Following that determination, the World Health Organization, without having the ability to corroborate this information themselves, issued a statement on Twitter marginalizing the severity of the threat posed by the coronavirus and supporting the CCP's cover-up campaign. A week later, on January 21st, the WHO's China mission team finally admitted that there might be some evidence of human-to-human transmission. 2 days later, on January 23rd, Dr. Tedros cast a deciding vote at the WHO as to whether the new coronavirus merited declaring a public health emergency of international concern. That decision turbocharged the impact of the coronavirus, and instead of being confined to that area of the world, it traveled all around the globe. Instead of using any other organization to cite risk factors for mental health issues, the architects of this legislation intentionally chose to cite an organization that, again, is responsible for the deaths of over 800,000 Americans. It was WHO's callousness and their disregard for any other interest than that of their CCP overlords that made them blindly accept and then publicize determinations from the Chinese government without attempting to first corroborate them. We do not give any legitimacy to this organization, and we should not. They have exhausted their usefulness. In February, the Biden administration instead chose to pay the WHO $200 million American taxpayer dollars, ensuring their role in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans is generously rewarded. I do not have a contention with the underlying claim being made in this clause. I would only ask that the architects of this legislation do not lend legitimacy to an organization that helped cause unimaginable harm to the citizens of our nation. With that, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the ballot.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This bill is aimed at including support for mental health in our foreign assistance. The findings of this bill are factual evidence demonstrating the depth of need around the world for this kind of aid. To add an incendiary commentary unrelated to the purpose of this bill is unnecessary, unhelpful, and detracts from the core purpose of this piece of legislation. The World Health Organization has sought to highlight the important role mental health plays in achieving global development goals, reducing discrimination and stigma around mental health, and urging increased access to mental health care. The WHO has also developed resources for children, families, and communities to support mental health in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. So if the gentleman from Pennsylvania would like to offer a bill regarding the WHO, he's welcome to do so. But to my knowledge, he has thus far declined. In the meantime, I support Mr. Deutsch's bill and its justification and oppose this amendment. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on Amendment 432. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
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 No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection,
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
a roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purposes does the representative of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
What's the number?
433.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Harry Amendment Number 433 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
H.R.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The representative from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have, and I imagine we will continue to discuss for many years to come, the WHO's facilitation of the worst global pandemic in a century. However, that is not the objective of this amendment. Rather than focus on how the WHO lied to the world and helped the CCP cover up the impact of the coronavirus, this amendment focuses on the types of activities that this organization advocated for to prevent the spread of the disease, while later on backing off of the idea that the world ought to perpetually continue in lockdown mode as the primary means in staving off the impact of the virus. The World Health Organization for months touted the use of lockdowns as the foremost manner in which the global public could be kept safe. On February 15th, over a month since the WHO argued that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission of the coronavirus, the People's Republic of China instituted lockdowns affecting more than half of their population, 760 million people. Despite that fact, the PRC allowed more than 5 million people to leave the city of Wuhan on January 23, 2020, and failed to take other decisive actions in the lead-up to the February 15th lockdown order. Dr. Tedros defended the CCP's handling of this virus from the very beginning. In mid-February, around the time when China adopted their lockdown measures, Dr. Tedros is quoted as saying that the CCP's measures bought the world time. As China began their lockdown campaign, he argued that much has been written and said about my praise for China. I have given credit where it is due, and I will continue to do that, as I would do for any country that fights an outbreak aggressively at its source to protect its own people and the people of the world, even at great cost to itself. What Dr. Tedros was defending was not only China's lack of transparency, but the steps they were taking to diminish the impact of the virus, to include lockdowns. China's lockdowns then became a global standard. In April, the WHO held a briefing with the World Economic Forum in which they detailed what steps countries would need to take to lift lockdowns, all the while failing to appreciate the irony of implicitly accepting the rationale that lockdowns were an acceptable way to combat the spread of the virus. There is nothing decent or appropriate in keeping Americans stranded in their homes, and the results speak for themselves. Aside from anecdotal evidence, each of us may present as proof of mental health challenges stemming from COVID-19 and accompanying lockdown orders. A CDC study from June 24th through June 30th, 2020 assessed mental health, substance abuse, and suicide ideation during the COVID-19 pandemic while most of the country was locked down. The report concludes in part, during this time period, U.S. adults reported considerably elevated adverse mental health conditions associated with COVID-19. Younger adults, racial/ethnic minorities, and unpaid adult caregivers reported having experienced disproportionately worse mental health outcomes, increased substance abuse, and elevated suicidal ideation. During this time period, 40% of U.S. adults reported struggling with mental health or substance abuse. 31% had anxiety or depression symptoms, 13% started or increased substance abuse, 26% had trauma or stressor-related disorder symptoms, and 11%, more than 1 out of every 10 U.S. adults, seriously considered suicide. Seriously. These results are undoubtedly the product of the fatalistic approach of our nation adopted on the recommendation of the World Health Organization and, by extension, the Chinese Communist Party. What this pandemic showed us was that something we should have already known by virtue of our experience living in a free society. Telling people they risked death unless they stayed at home was irresponsible, and future generations learning about the COVID-19 pandemic will not be able to do anything else aside from shaking their heads. This amendment is necessary. It highlights the WHO's culpability in a solution that inevitably turned out to be worse than the problem. We do not need to continue to give the WHO uncontested legitimacy in light of what they've done. To hold Dr. Tedros, the WHO, and the CCP responsible, I urge passage of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. As with Mr. Perry's previous amendment, the findings of Mr. Deutsch's bill speak for themselves, providing a factual basis for the importance of mental health. The impacts of COVID-19 have exacerbated the already existing challenges of mental health around the world, which we've all experienced. The necessity of keeping people safe, of listening to science, and working to defeat COVID-19 has been very difficult. But we've seen how these measures, supported not just by the WHO, but also other public health experts in the United States and around the world, have slowed transmission, reduced the severity of the outbreak, and ultimately helped give us the time we need to develop and start distributing a vaccine. This bill is viable in increasing the support for mental health and our foreign assistance, which will benefit those in the midst of humanitarian crises who are on the receiving end of the impacts of climate change and others in need. So I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on Perry Amendment 433. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 482. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. For what purpose does the representative of Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk number 435.
The clerk should distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves the point of order. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry Amendment Number 435 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3988.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on my point of order.
Gentlemen is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not germane because it introduces a topic not within the scope of the committee's jurisdiction, and it violates Rule 10 of the House.
Chair is prepared to rule. Chair finds that the amendment is not germane under Rule 10 violation. Amendment to this, not within the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
I'm not going to appeal the ruling of it.
Does Mr. Perry have another amendment?
Of course I do, Mr. Chairman. Number 436.
Clerk to distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry Amendment Number 436 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3988.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The representative for Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While it is evident that this legislation is completely unnecessary for U.S. foreign policy, why we're willing to codify an extraneous position is beyond me. I'm a realist, and I acknowledge that until January 3rd, 2023, Republicans won't have the vote to stop irresponsible, wasteful legislation on the committee level. That being said, we should, in the interim, be able to work in a bipartisan fashion on the issues that matter to all Americans. If we're going to require mental health and psychological support program across USAID and state regional bureaus and missions, we should, at the bare minimum, exclude terrorists and the government of communist terrorist states from benefiting, and especially after the narrative I offered on the amendment before the last one, talking about all the mental health challenges presented in this country. In any case, this amendment would deny the use of funds to provide mental health and psychological services to foreign nationals within countries such as Iran, Cuba, or North Korea, as well as to any foreign national who is an affiliate of a foreign terrorist organization. The definition of the word affiliate in this amendment would include anyone who has common purpose or shared characteristics with a foreign terrorist organization or someone that associates oneself as a subordinate, subsidiary, employee, or member of a foreign terrorist organization. The broad implication of the term affiliate ensures that any U.S. taxpayer funds are going to those who, broadly speaking, support America's interests and priorities in the world. If this committee is prepared to codify into law the USAID Coordinator for Mental Health and Psychological Support, we must put in place commonplace aid restrictions. Right now, the Biden administration continues to try to find ways to expand the size and scope of humanitarian assistance they can provide to our adversaries. With the bounds of what is appropriate financial assistance constantly being pushed further out, we are now in a position where our nation has agreed to provide increasing amounts of foreign assistance to terrorists and communist states, to include Taliban-controlled Afghanistan and North Korea. And I'll just remind you, just fought a war for 20 years against terrorist organizations like the Taliban. And now your tax dollars are being forced to go there. Both the leaders of Afghanistan and North Korea have purposefully killed Americans and worked to undermine our national security, but members of this committee will undoubtedly argue that giving these despotic regimes access to mental health counseling is a serious policy proposal. I mean, it's serious in the sense that they're going to do it, amazingly, but more to the point, it is unclear why this work couldn't be done through NGOs. If the members of this committee agree in furnishing taxpayer-funded humanitarian assistance to these countries, we need to place limits on what kind of assistance these countries can receive. Under no circumstances should anyone living in the aforementioned countries be receiving mental health support courtesy of the United States taxpayers, who are also paying to defend against these countries' maligned activities towards us. It is entirely within the realm of possibilities that the administration would use this bill to provide mental health support to those who have tried to cause harm to our allies. When Hamas launched their offensive war against Israel this spring, the administration immediately stepped up its commitment to help them rebuild. The Palestinians were able to receive payments of $5.5 million in U.S. disaster assistance immediately following the conflict that they caused and they started. The administration also restored $235 million in funding to the Palestinians in April, as well as $15 million provided to the Palestinians in March as humanitarian assistance. Again, even if we assume that providing unrestrained humanitarian assistance to those who attack us or our allies is a good idea, and it's not, the United States still doesn't need to be in a position where we are expanding the limits of appropriate humanitarian assistance paid for by our taxpayers. To those who think this can't happen, I only ask that you review what U.S. taxpayer dollars are used for in UNRWA schools. Our humanitarian aid is still being used to teach Palestinian school children to hate Israelis. Our assistance has also been used to provide tunnels for Hamas underneath UNRWA schools. Any opposition to this amendment would be a vote in favor of providing mental health counseling to communist and terrorist states, and while I don't think Kim Jong-un would accept such assistance, I'm sure the support he will get from committee members will be much appreciated. This amendment is undergirded by a broader principle. Terrorist groups and terrorist affiliates in the countries that support them should not be given U.S. taxpayer resources. I hope the committee members agree, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields the balance.
Mr. Chairman, this is Congressman Green online. I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
Sir, it's amendment number 69 to Perry Amendment 436. Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member McCall. I appreciate the sentiment behind Mr. Perry's amendment. I, too, am concerned about inflation and our growing national deficit. I also want to protect U.S. taxpayer dollars from going to our enemies, such as Cuba and North Korea. However, my concern with Mr. Perry's amendment is that it's too broad. The wording is a little bit too broad in that it would cut off funding to democratic opposition groups in many of these countries, specifically Cuban dissidents. My amendment would narrow the scope of Mr. Perry's amendment to ensure that state sponsors of terror and foreign terror organizations do not receive funding, but those organizations that are helping and resisting them can. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. I oppose. Oh, we need to please distribute. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Does everyone have a copy of the second-degree amendment? Clerk shall report.
Green Amendment number 69 to Perry Amendment number 436 to the amendment.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Now, I do appreciate Mr. Green's efforts to bring nuance to Mr. Perry's amendment, but it remains unnecessary and distracts from Mr. Deutsch's bill. United States law already prevents foreign assistance from going to designated FTOs, as well as assistance to the governments of these countries. This committee has worked very closely in a bipartisan manner to ensure that foreign aid is not diverted or inappropriately distributed. And as a result, I oppose this amendment to the amendment. Does anyone else have any comments? Mr. Perry, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my good friend from Tennessee, but I disagree with him on this occasion. This amendment is fundamentally weak and disregards the obligations that we, the elected representatives of the United States, have to the well-being of the American people. It is clear that this amendment was introduced to help those with weaker constitutions not to have to make a hard choice. But as leaders, that is exactly what we are asked to do for our constituents, our bosses. If we're not prepared to make hard decisions, we shouldn't be here. This amendment already confronts the issue at hand. There is nobody on our side that trusts the current administration enough not to furnish mental health services to terrorists and terrorist organizations. The amendment offered by my friend and colleague tackles that issue too, but purposefully stops there. In an act that could only be charitably referred to, in my opinion, as spineless, this second-degree amendment refuses to address the ridiculous and ultimately regressive assumption that giving the State Department the green light to furnish mental health counseling to people living within the boundary of state sponsors of terrorism automatically advances the interests of our nation. Ultimately, whatever humanitarian aid ends up being distributed to a foreign country is at the mercy of the host government. They control the country, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you think that providing mental health services to Cuba is going to change a whole lot about the regime that operates Cuba. It's not going to do anything to fix that. And that's the problem. That's the root cause. That's causing the mental health issues. Those people decide how the assistance is distributed and if it is, how it is done. If the host government hates our country, and the countries of Cuba, North Korea, and Iran all fall under that category, you can be assured that we're getting a negative return on any investment. And when Americans are struggling to pay their own bills, that fact matters, and it needs to matter more than any other consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, if we really want to help, if we want to help in Cuba, if we want to help in North Korea and Iran, what we should do is help the people under oppression suffering from the mental health derived therefrom to overthrow their captors, their despots, their tyrannical government, and live free. That's what we should be doing, not this. I'm not going to belabor it any further, but I completely disagree with the amendment. I think it weakens the resolve. I'm not weak. I'm ready to vote against the countries that hate America, and I hope you are too. And with that, I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Jerry Conley. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Collins, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. You know, I guess some of these amendments of our friend from Pennsylvania and others might have a little more salience if they had a consistent record. We just heard Mr. Perry say, let's take care of Americans first. And yet when we've had the opportunity to do just that in mental health, they voted no. The Kaiser Family Foundation points out that Medicaid, for example, is the primary source of mental health coverage for elderly Americans and 26% for non-elderly Americans. And yet, when President Trump proposed to slash Medicaid funding by $1.7 billion, our friends in the aisle supported that cut, supported the cut to provide mental health to Americans, fellow Americans. When they had a second chance to do it in a big way in the American Rescue Plan, the Substance and Abuse Mental Health Services Administration provided $3 billion to the Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant Community Health Services. Most of my friends on the outside of the aisle voted against that. It provided $420 million to certified community behavioral health clinics to fund behavioral health expansion grants. They voted against that. We provided $10.7 million for pediatric mental health care access for our children. They voted against that. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say you don't want to be providing assistance that could change behavior, that could be injurious to U.S. interests overseas, but we want to take those funds and provide them here at home when, in fact, your record is you voted against it. You can't have it both ways, and we have to be, we have to have some consistency in procedure. And I think the bill before us clearly is an extension of an ethos that says mental health has to be treated. And it's, untreated, it can lead to lots of consequences that are injurious to U.S. interests here at home and abroad. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the
Yes,
amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, who seeks recognition?
Ann Wagner.
Representative Wagner is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to my good friend from Tennessee, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, former ambassador and Congresswoman. Appreciate you. There is no one who can assert that they're willing to stand against America's enemies more than I am. I appreciate the men and women who were on that helicopter flying into Baghdad with me as the bullets were ripping through the aircraft that I was on. I appreciate others who fought our nation's wars in other ways. You can't assert for a moment fairly that I am someone who wouldn't stand against our nation's enemies. However, as the ranking Republican on the Western Hemisphere, working very closely with the chairman, Albio Sires, we are very aware that there is an increase in leftist activity throughout the hemisphere. You can't deny it. I mean, Cubazuela is a new entity that is metastasizing throughout Latin America. And much of the resistance to those efforts, whether it's in Peru or in Venezuela or in Cuba, are coming from people who receive assistance from the U.S. And so my amendment is clearly designed to prevent that resistance effort from being denied the support that could potentially advance freedom in those countries. And as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and as a ranking Republican of the Western Hemisphere, this is foremost in my mind. So I don't really have anything further, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that was heard. That is the purpose for my amendment to the amendment.
Gentleman yields back.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just say that my good friend from Tennessee, who was in fact an infantry officer and major in the United States Army, actually I believe colonel, yes, and very decorated, from Bronze Star to Meritorious Service Medals, won incredible achievement and recognition of valor after valor. The last thing I would ever refer to my good friend, a man who has served meritoriously in defense of our country, is spineless. So I yield back the balance of my
Madam
time.
Ambassador, would you yield to Mr. Cicilline for 1 second?
I'd be happy, Mr. Cicilline, to yield to you.
Thank you. I too want to say that while I have disagreed with my friend on the other side of the aisle on many issues, I thank him for his service to our country, and I too would never describe him as spineless. I yield back, and thank you for yielding.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further debate on the amendment?
Yes, Juan Vargas. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I was just beaten to the punch, and I hope Dr. Green doesn't mind me saying this, but he invited me to come to a Bible study that he has, so I read up about him, and I couldn't think of a more braver, more person filled with valor and someone who represents, I think, all the things that we believe a soldier should represent: bravery, fairness, and certainly anything but weak or spineless. And I haven't had a chance yet to go to that Bible study. I'm still looking forward to it. But I think that maybe my good friend Mr. Perry misstated what he meant when he said spineless. I can't think of a person that describes less than Dr. Green. Again, I had the honor of reading the history and what he's done for our country, wearing the uniform as Mr. Perry did too, and I thank him for that. But again, I think Mr. Perry should clarify what he meant. I don't think he meant to say that. I think he probably meant to say something else. But again, I just wanted to put that on the record. Again, I had the look forward to.
Will the gentleman from California yield? This is Mr. Perry.
Of course, Mr. Perry. Of course I will.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. You're a friend. Look, Mark Green is a friend of mine, and his service is laudable. We are brothers in arms, and I never referred to him as spineless. I never referred to him, and I never think of him, or quite honestly, most anybody on this committee in that way. I was referring to the text of the amendment and what it was seeking to do, because it weakens the resolve and the effort that we're trying to put forward here. And that's the clarification. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I appreciate you making that clarification. But again, I would just, for the record, state that I thank both of you for your service, but in particular, I want to thank Mr. Green for all that he's done for our nation. I disagree with him often because I am a very proud liberal. He's a very proud conservative. I understand that. We're both, though, I think, people that like to follow the Lord, and I look forward to getting to know him better. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Representative Brian Master, Florida, for 5 minutes. I now recognize Representative Army Bearer of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'd like to take an opportunity to make a friendly note on a separate amendment, amendment number 68, which was offered by Representative Green. I support this amendment, certainly, but would like to point out that the amendment calls Xinjiang a province instead of an autonomous region, which I think unintentionally legitimizes and exaggerates the official level of control the Chinese Communist Party has over Xinjiang. And I would encourage that that Amendment 68 be edited so that each instance of the phrase Uyghurs in the Xinjiang province of the People's Republic of China, where it appears in Representative Green's amendment, is edited to read Uyghur in the People's Republic of China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Again, I support the amendment. Just want to make that technical change if we can, so we don't legitimize Chinese Communist Party's control over that.
Thank you, Representative Barrett. We're working on that fix.
Great, thank you.
Any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on Perry Amendment number 4. The Green's Amendment. What's Green's Amendment's number? Green's Amendment number 69. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purposes of the gentleman from Pennsylvania? The original, that's right. We got to go back to the original bill. Mr. Perry, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I think, are we not at the point where we take a vote on the underlying amendment number 436?
Thank you. Absolutely correct.
Looking for some clarification here.
We're going to take this vote. All those in favor say aye.
Is the committee going to make that?
All those opposed, no.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All members.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Perry number 2.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry Amendment number 2 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3988. Add
Without
at the end.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on my point of order.
Mr. Deutsch is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the Perry Amendment number 2 is not germane. It's not germane based on subject matter grounds. The bill is about supporting mental health assistance overseas as part of America's engagement around the world. This amendment is about Taiwan and a free trade agreement. Therefore, it is not germane to the bill.
Chair is prepared to rule. Chair finds that the amendment is not germane. The objective of the amendment is unrelated to the objective of H.R. 3988.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Number, please.
Number 3.
Clerk is to dispense the amendment.
Within a week. Yeah, I'll be.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order on this amendment.
Gentlemen, it's recognized. Yeah. Has every, you called it up already, didn't you? Oh, yeah, okay. Clerk, please report the bill.
Perry Amendment Number 3 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3988. Add at the end the
Without
following.
objection, deemed read.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be heard on my point of order.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Perry Amendment number 3 is not germane based on subject matter grounds. The bill, as we've been discussing, is about supporting mental health assistance overseas as part of America's engagement around the world, and this amendment is about Nicaragua, so it's not germane to the bill. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an opposite opinion to the one of Mr. Deutsch and challenge his point of order.
Gentleman is recognized.
This amendment regards foreign assistance, and the underlying bill, as he just stated, is regarding foreign assistance, and so it is absolutely germane.
Chair is prepared to rule. Chair finds that the amendment is not germane. The objective of the amendment is unrelated to the objective of H.R. 3988. We now move to the next measure. Consideration of H.Res. 376, condemning Turkey for its occupation of Cyprus and encouraging President Biden to make the resolution of the Cyprus problem a top foreign policy priority. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.Res. 376, condemning Turkey for its illegal occupation of Cyprus and encouraging President Biden to. The clerk will report the resolution.
H.Res. 376, condemning Turkey for its illegal occupation of Cyprus and encouraging President Biden to make the resolution of the Cyprus problem a top foreign policy priority. Whereas Turkey has been a North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, member since 1952 and is thus a treaty ally of the United States. Whereas modern Turkey was founded upon the principles of republicanism and laicite. Whereas Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the authoritarian leader of Turkey since 2003, has grounded his decision-making in an extremist form of religion nationalism. Whereas under President Erdogan, Turkey seeks to establish itself as the hegemon of the Eastern Mediterranean, North Africa, and the Caucasus, and as a result has taken provocative actions toward NATO allies, the European Union, and the broader region. Whereas President Erdogan's expansionist
Without objection,
Chairman, I'd ask
the
unanimous
amendment
consent
will be
that the
dispensed
amendment
with.
is read.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk shall distribute the bill. Where am I? I support this bill. Yield back the balance of my time. Any further debate on this measure?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Who seeks recognition?
Cicilline.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this markup on this resolution, and thank Congressman Malliotakis for leading its introduction. House Resolution 376 will ensure that we continue to reaffirm, along with our allies in NATO, our commitment to Cyprus and to condemn Turkish occupation of Cyprus, which has and continues to run contrary to the values that we share as a member of NATO. For nearly half a century, Turkey has occupied Cyprus and has regularly interfered in economic and political matters. Now, President Erdogan, in another example of his aggressive foreign policy, regularly calls for a two-state solution in Cyprus, a position directly at odds with UN resolutions and international law. Turkey must remove its occupation forces, and it must demonstrate that it views its membership in NATO as a commitment to a rules-based international order. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution and calling on the Biden administration to prioritize engagement with Turkey and Cyprus around this very important issue. And again, this evidences our commitment as members of this committee to affirm our support for diplomatic solutions to complex issues around the globe. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Nicole Maliotakis of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting this important resolution on the agenda today. We are now going on nearly 50 years that Cyprus has been illegally occupied by the Turkish troops. 36% of the sovereign territory of the Republic of Cyprus is currently under illegal military occupation of those Turkish troops. This has really hurt significantly families that I represent who are Greek Cypriot refugees. Greek Cypriots, actually it was about 200,000 of them that were forcibly expelled from their ancestral home, and 500,000 illegal settlers from Turkey have taken those Greek Cypriot properties. We also know that 500 of the Greek Orthodox Christian churches have either been destroyed or turned into mosques in that area. And as of today, there are still 1,130 persons, civilians, and soldiers who are still missing, among them 5 American citizens. So this resolution seeks to not only condemn Turkey for their illegal occupation, but to ask them to withdraw their troops, and also ask the Biden administration to make this a top priority for them when they are dealing with either Erdogan or anyone else in the region. One thing also that I wanted to add is that it's also in violation of a number of United Nations Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 550 of 1984 and Resolution 789 of 1992. For those who have been following this issue, President Erdogan illegally reopened parts of the Varosha beachfront in this territory in October of 2020. And the Turkish Cypriots, with President Erdogan's support, announced the partial reopening of the town of Varosha on July 20th, 2021. And again, both of those are in violation of United Nations Security Council resolutions. And so I urge my colleagues to join me in this effort. And in addition to that, we have seen additional aggression by Turkey in the Aegean and Mediterranean. It certainly is a threat to the partnerships put in place by Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. And so this is a first step, I think, in the right direction to send a strong message and a sense of Congress that we condemn this illegal occupation and want to see the reunification of Cyprus, and we want to see the aggression by Turkey dismantled. I thank my colleagues from both sides of the aisle who have been supportive of this resolution, and I look forward to seeing its passage today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Representative Titus for the purpose of speaking on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to commend my colleague, Representative Maliotakis, and say how much I appreciate having the opportunity to work with her on this resolution. Resolution 376 reaffirms the U.S.'s support for the Republic of Cyprus, and it condemns Turkey's illegal occupation of the country. This summer, unfortunately, marked the 47th anniversary of the Turkish invasion of Cyprus, which forced thousands of families to leave their ancestral homes and communities. Over the years since that illegal occupation, Turkish forces have continued to uproot centuries of culture, religion, and community throughout Cyprus. Artifacts have been torn from centuries-old churches and sold on the black market. Cemeteries, churches, and other sites of cultural and religious significance to Greek Cypriots have been deliberately destroyed. And it's just far past time for, Turkey to get out of Cyprus. Unfortunately, all the efforts to find a resolution to the conflict have included unrealistic demands from Turkey and from the Turkish Cypriot negotiators, and they've ruined any chance for a positive solution that would allow Greek Cypriots to return to their homes. I'm proud to join this resolution as an original co-sponsor and to continue to call for an end of Turkish occupation of northern Cyprus. Cyprus is a valuable ally and a partner of the United States in a dangerous neighborhood there in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we must do all that we can to strengthen our bilateral relationship and shore up the new relationship that includes Cyprus, Israel, and Greece. So I'm very strongly in support of this, and I thank you, and I thank the sponsor, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes Representative Steve Chabot for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I must oppose H.Res. 376, which condemns Turkey relative to Cyprus. Both Turkey and Greece, Cyprus's backer, are NATO allies and critical partners to the United States. In fact, because I so respect and value our relationship with both Greece and Turkey, I'm a member of both the Hellenic, the Greek caucus, and co-chair of the Turkey caucus. In these roles, I've discussed the situation in Cyprus with countless foreign officials on both sides of the issue over the last quarter century, 25 years. And if there's one thing that I've concluded through those discussions, it's that there's nothing in the U.S. national interest that suggests that we should pick one side and condemn the other if we're ever going to come to a mutually agreeable conclusion to this daunting issue. I believe that this resolution does more harm than good by offering a one-sided analysis of a fraught and very messy issue. As everyone knows, the Cyprus situation has been going on for decades, and many have suffered as a result of the inability of the parties, with the help of the international community, to reach a settlement. This resolution, H.Res. 376, cherry picks certain actions that Turkey has taken or is accused of having taken, presents them out of their proper historical context, and places all the blame on Turkey. And I would note that this is the same Turkey that we have mutual and overlapping views and interests with on a whole range of regional and global issues, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, to the Black Sea security issues, to Syria, to Libya, to energy security, to counterterrorism, to post-COVID global recovery, and on and on. In Afghanistan, for example, our Turkish allies played a vital role for 20 years, including during the Biden administration's disastrous pullout. And in Syria, they balanced that regime and its primary backers' aggression against innocent Syrians. And they've helped to stem what would have been an even more massive flow of migrants towards Europe. Look, the bottom line is this. If the ultimate goal with Cyprus is to achieve a bicommunal, bizonal federation, poking one side in the eye isn't likely to build the goodwill necessary to achieve that goal. And for this reason, I have to oppose this resolution. So I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Andy Levin of Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Congresswomen Malliotakis and Titus for their great work on this bipartisan resolution, H.Res. 376. I just want to briefly add my voice to support the resolution and to say we cannot forget long simmering problems, difficult problems. We cannot leave them by the wayside. Diplomacy is complicated. And let me salute Mr. Chabot personally for his efforts to, kind of bring the parties together here. However, any notion of a two-state solution to Cyprus is counter
to international law, long-standing U.S. policy, and treaties and decisions we've made collectively through the United Nations. We've got to stand up for Cyprus, and I'm proud to join our chairman and ranking member and the two congresswomen who are leading this effort to say that we will achieve a peaceful solution through diplomacy here, but we're not going to deny the problematic efforts of Turkey in this particular situation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sadly, I oppose House Resolution 376. This resolution is one-sided and takes an unnecessary position on an ongoing dispute between two very valued NATO allies. The United States should maintain our traditional policy of allowing allies to work toward a solution without interference. For this reason, I oppose and I yield back.
So let me get a procedural matter out of the way. We failed to say without objection. The Malliotakis Amendment is in the nature of a substitute. Number 30, circulated to members, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. Thank you. We now can carry on with statements. Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on, what's the number? H.Res. 376. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Now we move for consideration of H.Res. 831, calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and establish a Center for Democratic Resilience within the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Without objection, pursuant to notice, the purpose of the markup, I now call up H.Res. 831. The clerk will report the bill.
H.Res. 831, calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with, and without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to an amendment at any point. At this time, I recognize myself to speak for 5 minutes. At a time when democracy is increasingly under threat around the world, autocratic forces within NATO have also presented a unique challenge for an alliance founded on democratic values. That is why Mr. Connolly's resolution, Mr. Connolly, the chair of the NATO Parliamentarian Assembly, his resolution is so timely, and why his push for a Center for Democratic Resilience within NATO headquarters is so vitally important. NATO should be able to serve as a resource to its member states, not only on military matters, but on the values on which the alliance was founded. This was reflected in the NATO Reflection Group's report last year and should certainly be a consideration as the alliance drafts its new strategic concept. I support this measure and Mr. Connolly's push on these issues. As I indicated, he's the president. Makes me very proud when I saw him at the latest NATO Parliamentarian Assembly. So I encourage any and all my colleagues to do the same. Do any members wish to speak on the measure? Mr. Wilson? South Carolina? No?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your support and encouragement throughout my tenure as president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, which presides over 30 allied nations and 12 partner nations. I want to thank Mr. McCall also for allowing us to bring this bipartisan resolution before the committee for consideration. I wrote this resolution with Mike Turner, Republican of Ohio, who is the past president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. And it's got the broad support of the U.S. delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. And let me list who they are: the Mike Turner, Linda Sanchez, Brett Guthrie, Rick Larson, Neil Dunn, Brendan Boyle, Jack Bergman, Dina Titus, Austin Scott, Philemon Vela. We jointly wrote to the Secretary of State and to the Secretary of Defense, encouraging the Biden administration to work with our NATO allies to operationalize support for our shared democratic values. What this resolution basically does is say we want to create a Center for Democratic Resilience within NATO. After 72 years, NATO has a beautiful new headquarters in Brussels. It's got rooms dedicated to interoperability, mobility, strategic planning, threat assessments, cybersecurity issues. There's not a broom closet in that headquarters, which is enormous. Not a broom closet dedicated to the propoundment and advocacy of democracy itself. And yet, if you go back to the original Atlantic Charter, it's very explicit that we are an alliance brought together because of our shared democratic commitments to democratic institutions, to democratic values, the rule of law, individual freedom. Surely this is a resolution that can bring us together. It did on the delegation. I'm so proud to have the full support of my Republican counterpart, Mike Turner. We've worked together on these issues, and we need the solidarity of this committee and of the Congress to try to make sure this idea of the creation of a Center for Democratic Resilience is adopted by and advocated for by the Biden administration, but also makes its way into the new strategic concept for NATO for the next 10 years, which desperately needs updating. And, we see democracy under assault all over the world. We even see some erosion within NATO itself. We need to stop that. We need to go on the advance. We need to be propounding and advocating for, in a proactive way, our democratic values, our shared democratic values. And so we think the time has long come for this. I will tell you that there's near unanimous support for this in our respective parliaments for the 30 NATO partners and the 12 NATO allies and the 12 partners. So this is a high priority for the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the legislators of NATO members. It's a high priority for us as the U.S. delegation on a bipartisan basis. And I plead with the committee to pass this in a timely fashion this morning, because we need to get this to the administration, and we need to get it into the strategic concept, which is being developed as we speak and will be adopted later in the spring. So we don't have a lot of time to argue this back and forth, and it's got broad support. I would hope every member of this committee understands what's at stake and would help provide support for the effort we're making on your behalf at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Representative David Cicilline for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing up this very important resolution. I want to begin by acknowledging the extraordinary leadership of Mr. Conley as chair of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and for conducting this work always in a bipartisan way, and for reaching out with Congressman Turner. And I think Congressman Conley continues in the great tradition of the late Senator Claiborne Pell, for whom he worked. And so I want to begin by again thanking him. Mr. Chairman, ensuring that NATO remains relevant in the 21st century and the development of our foreign policy means working together with our partners to make sure the alliance is equipped to meet evolving challenges. There is perhaps no greater threat to NATO than the rising threat of illiberalism and authoritarianism. House Resolution 831 gives us the tools and gives the alliance the tools that it needs to advance the causes of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. With China and Russia spearheading anti-democratic priorities and disinformation campaigns, and with the governments of some NATO member states embracing aspects of illiberalism, it is crucial that NATO prioritizes democratic resilience as a core function of the alliance. A generation ago, it looked as if democracy was the future, that dictators and strongmen were to be consigned to the dustbin of history. And yet for the last 15 years, authoritarianism has proven resilient. But we can and must be more resilient. And establishing a Center for Democratic Resilience in NATO is one step toward maximizing the collective strength of the world's greatest democracies to expose the failings and crimes of small leaders. It is one step toward making the world freer and fairer. It is one step toward ensuring the 21st century is one marked by democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. I ask that my colleagues join me in calling on NATO to establish an Office of Democratic Resilience within the alliance, that the Biden administration maximize its diplomatic leverage to ensure that this happens as soon as possible. Global democracy is in crisis, but together we can turn the tide and advance the values we all share. And I too hope that everyone on this committee will support this excellent resolution. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to commend the President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Jerry Connolly, for his leadership, also Congressman Mike Turner. This is a recognition of the importance of NATO, which has really been the most successful alliance in the history of the world. Because of the working together to oppose Soviet imperialism, we now have the extraordinary circumstance of freedom and liberation for the Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all the way to the Republic of Georgia. And dozens of countries now exist and live in freedom, democracy, open opportunity, and it's because of the success of NATO. And then NATO countries, of course, are a symbol of what can be the future for Belarus, can be the future for a very positive and dynamic Russian Federation. And so I'm just really grateful to join with President Connolly, wish him continued success, and I yield back.
If my friend would yield for 1 second, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
I just want to thank you for your bipartisan support. You've been a stalwart in all of our efforts to strengthen NATO, to strengthen the alliance, and to promote democracy here and abroad. I want to thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Dina Titus of Nevada for 5 minutes. We see Representative Titus.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? I lost the picture.
We hear you now.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I just want to thank Mr. Connolly, too, for his leadership with the National Parliamentary Assembly. He is well respected internationally and certainly makes us proud when we see him on that stage. And also for his leadership in bringing this important resolution, H.Res 381, that calls on the United States to continue to uphold the fundamental principles of democracy, which are so vital to maintaining the strength of this critical NATO alliance. As we unfortunately continue to see, the rule of law and other democratic principles upon which this alliance was based have been falling by the wayside among some of our allies. In fact, we see a real backsliding of democracy in some of these countries. So we need to do everything we can to work to continue to advocate and provide NATO with the tools it needs to effectively support democratic systems within the partner countries. These support systems remain critical to the ultimate effectiveness of the alliance, and what a buffer and bulwark it is as we face encroachments by Russia into parts of Europe now. We can't back out and leave a vacuum because they're only too ready to step in there. So as NATO faces these threats of authoritarian forces, They'd like nothing better than for our resolve to be weakened, and we can't let that happen. This resolution is a necessary message to the entire alliance that the United States stands firm to the guiding principles that brought the NATO nations together more than 70 years ago. And before I yield back, I'd like to quickly comment on what I believe is going to be a substitute amendment by the ranking member. As we've seen throughout the markups today and over the past year, the other side of the aisle continues to try to rewrite history of the Trump administration, to now say that the Biden administration has capitulated to Russia, given the policy actions of the last administration, is just ridiculous and false. I worry that instead of trying to support the ideals of democracy and the NATO alliance, as this resolution is written in its original form, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are more worried about scoring political points. And that's just not what we do in this committee, and is certainly not the risk we should take when it comes to something as important as NATO. So I strongly support this. I thank Mr. Connolly for his leadership, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Brian Mast of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for his resolution here, and I want to take it as an opportunity to speak more about something that Ms. Titus just spoke about, the importance of NATO, not just in the past, but in what is in the future. And I would make this simply as an ask or a suggestion for this committee. What is going on in Europe right now is extremely serious. The buildup of troops by Putin on the Ukrainian border, it is not a more serious situation. The numbers of them have been gone over time and time again by many of us in terms of the comparisons to this, to the last time this kind of troop buildup was seen during World War II and other times. I would encourage that this committee should be having a hearing when we return next week on whether we as the Foreign Affairs Committee endorses a NATO status for the Ukraine. This is something that we should be discussing in this body in the most serious possible way. I would not offer an amendment on that right now to this kind of legislation saying that we do that, because it would not get the kind of deliberation that an issue like that deserves. But this committee should absolutely be deliberating on NATO status for the Ukraine, especially as it appears that is the one thing that Putin seems to fear the most out of any actions that could take place to subvert his efforts to intimidate Ukrainians and Europe and our NATO partners across, especially our eastern NATO partners, such as Poland and Lithuania and Romania and other eastern NATO partners being intimidated by the actions of Russia. I personally don't believe there's anything that Putin fears more than Ukraine becoming a recognized NATO partner. So again, I believe that as we return next week, this is an issue that we should be, as a committee, it is our duty as a committee with this jurisdiction to be looking into this and having a very serious debate about it. In that, it looks as though Mr. Wilson would like some time, so I would be happy to yield you my time, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Congressman Mast. And it is indeed a time to appreciate the people of Ukraine, 41 million people who are sadly faced with a potential invasion, an incredible loss of life for the people in Ukraine, but also in the Russian Federation. So counterproductive, it's almost inconceivable that something like that could occur in the 21st century. And so it's a time for us to stand for the people of Ukraine and also stand against authoritarian rule, sadly, that's subjecting and oppressing the people of the Russian Federation. But it's a time to also recognize, as we think of NATO, the tremendous success of countries that you just mentioned, Romania, but with MK Air Base, with Bulgaria, with the Novoselo base, how far we've come working together. And then I appreciate so much the leadership of President Donald Trump to put American troops in Poland. Very special to me. My daughter-in-law is Polish-American, and so we love to now know that Poland is free and independent, and then the success that we have of German and Canadian and British troops in the Baltic republics of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Over and over again, an American and NATO presence has been the bulwark of peace through strength. And so I want to commend this effort, particularly the comments by Congressman Mast. Thank you.
Mr. Mast, would you yield to me briefly, Mr. Connolly?
Yes, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think that's why this resolution is so important, not only for NATO, but to the Ukrainians. We're planning our spring meeting in Kyiv in May. So we're trying to make a profound statement here. And I also want to give a plug to Steve Shabbat. Steve Shabbat and I, for years, have introduced and the House has adopted the Crimea Non-Recognition Act that, point blank says we'll never recognize the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea. But the best tool we've got is to promote democracy. Thank you so much for yielding.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Andy Levin of Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I really want to salute Representative Connolly for his leadership and bipartisan work as I rise in support of this resolution and efforts to make countering democratic backsliding a key priority for NATO. I'm really concerned about rising authoritarianism and the threat it poses to our NATO allies and other European partners. Right now, I'm particularly concerned about precisely what my colleagues have been discussing just now, the threat from authoritarian leaders like Putin to democratic countries like Ukraine. My district in Southeast Michigan is home to a vibrant Ukrainian community, and it's my distinct honor to represent them here in Washington. I know they're concerned by the warnings we're seeing in Ukraine today, as am I. We're following it very, very closely, and we need to take it very seriously. With this in mind, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution as an important expression of congressional support for NATO's role in countering democratic backsliding. We must use every tool at our disposal to strengthen our capacity, really, to support democratic resilience, to prevent further backsliding. NATO can play an important role in these efforts, and they deserve U.S. support. Again, I thank Congressman Connolly for introducing this legislation. I urge all my colleagues to support it on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Jim Costa of California, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for this important hearing and the good work that the House Foreign Relations Committee is doing. I too want to commend Representative Connolly for this important resolution, and it's timely for many reasons. The United States should continue to lead in terms of democratic principles that really are the foundation of Western democracies. And the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is an appropriate forum for that purpose. And we are very fortunate to have Congressman Connolly, our friend, who is the head of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization Assembly, representing not only our country, but providing leadership for all of our NATO members. So let me just take a moment to reflect. This week, we are celebrating an American hero, a patriot, Senator Bob Dole, who fought for democratic principles and made tremendous sacrifices throughout his life. And we honor him, as we should. People forget that over 70 years of the organization of NATO, which we established after World War II, that this is the longest peacetime period in Europe in over 1,000 years. Let me repeat that. Since we organized NATO with our European allies and many of the other organizations that we have put together. We have created a foundation for Western democracies to uphold the Western principles, the Western values that are enshrined in our foundation of democratic principles that we all celebrate and that we must not just ever take for granted. We see backsliding in Europe, but in the 1990s, with the fall of the Iron Curtain, we saw an expansion of Western democracies. But today we see backsliding in places like Hungary and Poland and threats by Russia, who is our adversary. And it's important to note, as some members have commented on Ukraine, and therefore we must come together because these threats are not just in countries in Europe. We've seen threats here in our own country toward democratic values. I was reminded after 17 years in Congress, being one of those members in the gallery that was trapped for 40 minutes, that as resilient as our democracy has been for 245 years, I was reminded on January 6th how fragile it can be. We see that today not only here, when people are questioning our democratic institutions, but in Europe as well. So this resolution to focus on democratic resilience is appropriate. I chair the Transatlantic Legislators Dialogue. Many of you on a bipartisan basis participate in that. And this is at the top of our agenda, to focus on how we as Western democracies can stand together and reinforce the principles that are enshrined on the freedoms that we hold most dear. They cannot ever, ever be taken for granted. And therefore we must be together. So this resolution is timely, it's important on the work that we are doing in the institutions that really bind our Western democracies together, whether it be NATO, whether it be the Transatlantic Legislators Dialogue, whether it be the Transatlantic Policy Network, a host of organizations. And we've seen the attempt to disregard the importance of these institutions in recent years. Let's remember that the common bonds that we share as Western democracies are far, far stronger than whatever disagreements we may have. So let us work on these principles. Let us work together to ensure that our adversaries in Russia and China and elsewhere who believe authoritarian governments and dictatorial governments are the way of the 21st century is not true. So I thank Chairman Conley for his efforts, and I urge that we all support this important resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further debate? For what purpose does the representative from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and the hearing room. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment.
Which number amendment is the gentleman
447.
offering? Thank you.
Hey, let me just make sure I'm muted. I'm sure I am, but.
Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Harry Amendment number 447 to H.Res. 831. In the resolved clause, strike quote and end quote.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. The representative from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Certainly, the United States has committed a great deal of taxpayer dollars to preserve the integrity of the NATO alliance, and every single person in this room supports that effort. In 2020, our nation spent just over 3.7% of our GDP on defense. We also provide, along with Germany, NATO's greatest contribution by percentage to the maintenance of NATO headquarters, joint security investments, common equipment procurement, and other priorities. The fact of the matter is, not all NATO contributions are made equal. The United States continues to lead the way while other countries, including Germany, have remained non-committal in their efforts to hit the 2% defense benchmark anytime soon. As the regular presence of inflation continues to hurt the untold millions of hardworking, tax-paying Americans who do not view inflation as a high-class problem, we must take a mindful, respectful, and prudent approach, listening to our fellow citizens and our bosses who argue that spending more money our nation does not have is at best a dereliction of duty. We must take stock, as the previous administration did, of what is possible with respect to our NATO contributions and address before any other consideration the needs and interests of the American people. Our nation doesn't have any extra money, and our fellow citizens are now condemned due to the selfish, short-sighted votes of socialists in Washington to pay more for food, more for fuel, more for heating, and more for housing. I know I speak for millions of Americans when I say that just because politicians slap the word bipartisan in front of a bill doesn't necessarily make it any better, and it certainly doesn't exculpate folks who put a premium on bipartisanship for voting on such a legislation. Even some of my colleagues on the left are finally coming around to the conclusion that inflation is not a theoretical issue. It's real and having a stark impact on the American people as we speak. It's the reason why the President's $1.75 trillion Build Back Bankrupt bill is regularly being delayed and seems destined to become even smaller in scope. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we know what's coming. We know inflation is not a transitory issue. It's here to stay. And because of that, we must finally learn to prioritize what we must spend our money on versus what we want to spend our money on. In closing, I'd like to point out that this amendment does not forbid the establishment of a NATO Center for Democratic Resilience. As a matter of fact, I think and the maker of the bill spoke in the beginning about the NATO Charter. I mean, the whole building, the whole complex, the whole idea, the whole theory, the theme is about democracy. That's what the whole thing stands for. It stands against the USSR, Russia, and totalitarianism. If you can't get that, if you don't get that, if we have to do this, then it seems to me there's a problem with what NATO's mission is. But I'm simply arguing that the American taxpayer shouldn't be held liable for yet another NATO obligation solely on itself. Now, there also, I must say, seem to be vague and potentially troubling language further on in the bill which declares that the alliance is under threat from within due to proponents of illiberalism. Now, I'd love to know about whom the architects of this legislation are speaking, and I can only conclude that the vagueness of this expression is not without reason, and I did conclude that moments ago, but then it was made clear to me when my colleague, the good gentleman from California, mentioned the countries of Hungary and Poland. Hungary and Poland are democracies that have made choices for themselves to defend their borders, to be sovereign. That's not illiberal. That's what keeps a country and a common culture together. It's not illiberal. It's actually liberal. It's not totalitarian. It's them making choices. The proponents of this bill will tell you that they're the ones that stand for individual choice and individual responsibility. But if they had it their way, every American would be forced to get the jab, mask up, and quit their job if they opposed government dictums. That's not free and democratic values. And I wonder what we're talking about in that second page of this legislation. And it very much concerns me that we're going to try and impose our will on the free democracies in Europe that have made choices for themselves. So I offer this amendment respectfully and ask your...
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. As a member of the NATO PA, I really oppose this amendment. Defense of democratic values is a founding pillar of the NATO alliance. At this critical time, when Moscow and Beijing are testing NATO's mettle, This amendment is a bad faith effort to derail a good bipartisan resolution and signal to our competitors about NATO's democratic resolve. I therefore encourage all members and all my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Mr. Connolly, Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, there was a reference to dismissing the bipartisan nature of this resolution, and I guess by extension, the bipartisan nature of the collaboration over many, many years at NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I'm not going to let that go. You don't get to dismiss the incredible hours over many, many years of Republicans and Democrats putting in time to strengthen this alliance. White papers, research, arguing hundreds of discrete issues, trying to engage diplomatically with our allies in many, many cultures, many different political cultures, and trying to strengthen operationally who and what we are and why we are an alliance. And I'm just not going to let that kind of dismissive comment go by unaddressed. I salute the many Republicans and many Democrats who've put in extraordinary time, including yourself, Mr. Chairman, to make this alliance stronger, more successful, and to counter the malign activity of Vladimir Putin. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and hearing no further request to speak, the question is on Perry's amendment number 447. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. No.
You said aye.
I said no. I said no.
It's on tape.
I said no. All those opposed?
No.
No. God, I'm tired. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Last one.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res 831 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
McCall amendment in the nature of a substitute number 1 to H.Res.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. And the ranking member, the representative from Texas, Mr. McCall, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say first, I support Mr. Connolly's resolution, and I share the views of our NATO allies. The partnership can never be more critical. Mr. Chairman, you and I got out of a classified briefing with the National Security Advisor with respect to Russia and the threat to Ukraine that exists right now as we speak, with hundreds of thousands of Russian troops going to the border of Ukraine and Russia. My amendment discusses Nord Stream 2. And I would have to, I'm a fairly nice guy, but Ms. Titus's representations, I think, were misguided. In fact, completely, the idea that this was a Republican idea, when it passed, if I could finish, this passed, when I introduced this last year on the NDAA, it passed almost unanimously, overwhelmingly, to put congressional mandatory sanctions to stop Putin from building his pipeline into Europe. On this NDAA, my amendment took out the presidential waiver. Why? Because this president waived our congressionally mandated sanctions to stop the building of Putin's pipeline into Europe. It's interesting to note that if you look at our NATO partners, most of them don't want this pipeline. In fact, Germany is the only country that seems to want this. And why is that? The former German Chancellor, Mr. Schroeder, who advocated against the German efforts to hold Putin accountable for his malign activities, supported the pipeline while in office, and then currently now serves on the board of Nord Stream 2 pipeline. I think that makes it very clear. And what the pipeline does, how this waiver, and we do this all the time, presidential waivers in the national security interest of the United States, but how in the world is this in the best interest of the national security of the United States to waive congressionally mandated sanctions on Putin's pipeline? I don't get this. It just puts Europe dependent on Russian energy that's dirty. They want control of the Black Sea. We were going to go with LNG through Odessa, the port, with clean energy to help Europe as we talk about climate change so much on this committee. But this president waives this, the congressionally mandated sanctions. I passed in a bipartisan manner sanctions that took the presidential waiver out, and Secretary Blinken, that was his #1 job, was to strip it out in the Senate, in the NDAA, and you know what? He was successful. But it's not a success story for the United States of America, nor for our NATO allies, and it creates a danger. Weakness invites aggression. We saw that after Afghanistan. We're seeing with President Xi, we're seeing now with Putin, as he threatens to invade the breadbasket of Russia, now Ukraine. I don't really understand the national security strategy behind this. I think it's a really bad idea from a national security standpoint, but also a really bad idea from an energy standpoint. I'm from an energy state. This president shut down the Keystone Pipeline. He's shutting down permits on drilling in the United States. And now he blames price gouging, and now it's going to make us more reliant on OPEC for our energy. How does that make us safer? How does that foster better national security? We're going backwards. We were the largest exporter of energy, the United States of America, and now we're going backwards. And Putin now has his pipeline into Europe. And remember, the Russians shut down the Colonial Pipeline with their ransomware attacks, and they got away with it. And they can't get away with this anymore. Deterrence is the key to stop the invasion of Ukraine, and to bow down to Putin and give him his pipeline is the biggest expression of weakness. And I'm a Churchill fan and a Reagan fan. Peace through strength, and weakness invites aggression. And guess what, Mr. Chairman? That's exactly, precisely what we are seeing now on the border of Russia and Ukraine. So with that, I hope my amendment can be adopted. I doubt it will be, but it was unanimously approved in the National Defense Authorization Bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I've now recognized myself first for 5 minutes. As a member of the NATO PA, I strongly oppose this amendment. Defense of democratic values is a founding pillar of the NATO alliance. And at this critical time in Moscow and Beijing are testing NATO's mettle, this amendment is a bad faith effort to derail a good bipartisan resolution and a signal to our competitors about NATO's democratic resolve. I could go on, but I'm not. So I therefore encourage all my members to oppose this amendment. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wagner from Missouri, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while I also appreciate Mr. Conley's resolution, I am proud to support Mr. McCall's amendment, raising the serious threat posed by the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to NATO and the alliance's strategic partner, Ukraine. The Ukrainians and many of our allies have expressed that the Biden administration's decision to waive mandatory sanctions on the pipeline in May contributed to Russia's belief that it could expand its aggression against Ukraine at little to no cost. I share in that dire assessment. Over the last few months, Putin has amassed tens of thousands of Russian troops on Ukraine's eastern border. It has been reported that Russia has prepared plans to invade as soon as January of 2022. That's next month. This is why I supported Ranking Member McCall's bipartisan amendment imposing new mandatory sanctions to stop the pipeline that passed in the House National Defense Authorization Act. I was very disappointed that the Democrat leadership and this administration, the Biden administration, pulled out this amendment. The Biden administration must begin working to deter Russian aggression now, including by stopping Nord Stream 2, rather than making vague threats of taking action after Russia potentially launches an invasion in the Ukraine. If the Biden administration will not take a strong stand on this Russian malign influence project, the United States Congress must. I support the ranking member's amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in sending the message that we will not tolerate Russian aggression against Ukraine. Congress needs to speak with one voice in support of our strategic partner. And Mr. Chairman, I'd also just like to take a moment to thank the ranking member for leading his Stop Iranian Drones Act, which sanctions Iran's dangerous proliferation of drones. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill with the ranking member, and I stand with our troops in the Middle East who have been subject to drone attacks by Iranian proxies. With this bill, Congress is taking action to end these attacks and I believe protect our troops. So I wanted to insert that into my my testimony here. And again, I'm going to go back and urge my colleagues to support the ranking member's Nord Stream 2 amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the president of the NATO PA, Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate Mr. McCall's support for the underlying resolution. And I certainly am sympathetic with the concerns expressed by both Mr. McCall and Ms. Wagner. But I will say, I wish we'd seen such righteous indignation about malign Russian behavior during the Trump years. It wasn't Joe Biden who said that he trusted Vladimir Putin. It wasn't Joe Biden who accepted Putin's denials, obviously false, about his interference in the American election in 2016. This ANS, inter alia, addresses Nord Stream 2. I oppose Nord Stream 2. But 95% of Nord Stream was completed during the Trump administration. When Joe Biden was sworn in on January 20th of this year, less than 5% of Nord Stream was ready, was left to be completed. Where was the righteous indignation then? Where were the resolutions condemning it then? Before Joe Biden became president. Being sympathetic with the cause about Nord Stream, and we've certainly taken that position, NATO PA, opposing it. But this is a resolution about trying to create some architecture to promote democracy within NATO. That's pure and simple. That's why it's streamlined. That's why it's focused on one major issue, not a menu of issues. And if we add a menu of issues, I guarantee you will dilute the whole purpose of this resolution, and we will defeat something that unites us on a bipartisan basis: the creation of architecture to promote democracy within NATO for the first time in 72 years. Operationally, not just aspirationally. That's what we're trying to achieve here. It's time sensitive because we've got to get this done if we're going to have an influence both on the Biden administration, which has yet to endorse this. And that's why we want to get this resolution done on a bipartisan basis before this committee today and to the floor of the House, and to make sure that we do it in a timely fashion so that it can influence the drafting of the new strategic concept for NATO for the next decade. So while I'm not at all unsympathetic with the intent behind Mr. McCall's amendment in the form of a substitute, it will kill the whole underlying purpose of the resolution Mr. Turner and I have put before you. And so reluctantly, I have to say, I urge the committee to defeat it. I don't know, maybe it's hoping against hope to urge Mr. McCall, having made the point, to withdraw it. And we can deal with that issue in another forum and another day. But it's not the right amendment to this resolution, and it will have the sorry and, I hope, unintended effect of frankly killing the whole purpose behind the resolution in front of us today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, it's a rare occasion that I would disagree with President Connolly, but I do, and I very much appreciate Ranking Member Mike McCall for his bringing this to our attention, because we do have to recognize that Nord Stream 2 is not just corrupting, it's also putting at risk so many of our allies in Central and Eastern Europe. And when we have a much better alternative, and that is the Black Sea alternative, to work with our Black Sea partners, beginning with Azerbaijan, how important it is to be working with Turkey. We appreciate Incirlik Air Base. We just appreciate our 100 years of working together with the Republic of Turkey, a very valued ally of the United States, always to be remembered, standing side by side with American troops with NATO, beginning in Korea in 1950. And so over and over again, we should think of how we should be working to promote our association with the very valued ally of Turkey. And then we get to Bulgaria. Thank goodness we have Novoselo Air Base there to protect the people of that portion of the Black Sea. And then we get to Romania with MK Air Base and how important that is with our NATO forces to its peace through strength. And over again with Moldova, sadly occupied by some Russian troops. But it should never be forgotten, too, that what is being done is putting at risk our dear and very valued allies of Central and Eastern Europe with the Nord Stream 2, and that is to put Poland at risk. Again, thank goodness President Donald Trump defied the Russian Empire and provides troops to Poland to protect the people of Poland, and it's actually beneficial to the people of Russia. Additionally, we know that we can count on standing firm in the Black Sea region with Ukraine. I appreciate, again, President Donald Trump has provided lethal defensive weapons to the people of Ukraine. And that's why it's so counterproductive, the thought of the incredible loss of life, that if there's an attack on Ukraine, a loss of life of people in Ukraine, a loss of life in the Russian Federation. And we should never forget, too, that already 14,000 Ukrainians have died due to the aggressive moves by President Putin. And then we get to other countries that could be impacted by Nord Stream 2. I'm thinking of Slovakia. What a extraordinary, the heart of Europe, what extraordinary new country that is, and how exciting it is to their association with Ukraine, and I'm sure their solidarity and how much we appreciate Bratislava. And then we get to the Czech Republic. Many of us are still cherish 1969, standing up to the Soviet invasion of 1969, and how what extraordinary and strong and determined people are at Czech Republic, and then Hungary itself. I was a little guy, but I still cherish the heroes of 1956. Again, you had ordinary citizens standing on corners trying to stop Soviet tanks of the Warsaw Pact, and how grateful we were. A number of people who fled from Hungary came to my home state of South Carolina and became very extraordinary, valued citizens of our state. But we should ever be vigilant that Nord Stream 2 has a consequence that could put so many of our allies at risk. Every effort should be made to recognize this, and gosh, Congressman McCall is a visionary to point this out, and particularly in light of the dangers that we see right today of the insidious situation of the military buildup against the people of Ukraine. And I want to say again, it would be catastrophic for the people of Ukraine, but it's equally catastrophic for the people of the Russian Federation, and not in the interest of the people of Russia. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative August Pfluger of Texas for 5 minutes.
He's not going to talk. No, you don't. It's coming one way or the other.
I recognize Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Barr?
Okay,
I recognize Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here. Deeds, not words. The rhetoric is important, no doubt. The rhetoric is important, but actions are more important. It's about priorities, ladies and gentlemen. We're here talking about putting a sign on a door, hiring some people, and declaring we're for democracy, but the Russians are acting. Ladies and gentlemen, an army lives on its belly. What does that mean? That means that an army lives and it prospers and is successful based on the logistics, the beans, the bullets. And that's all been provided by the Biden administration. They provided it. They provided that capacity by allowing Russia to complete Nord Stream 2. They provided it. Not Mike McCall, not the Republicans here, and quite honestly, not even some of the Democrats here, but it's done. Now, Russia is imposing itself on Ukraine and Europe, and that is a direct result of Nord Stream 2. And furthermore, I would like to address the comments from the gentlelady from Nevada, who's a friend of mine, and the gentleman who from Virginia, a worthy adversary. One talked about rewriting history, and the other one talked about how Republicans are responsible for Nord Stream 2. Let's talk about rewriting history. Sorry to my friends on the other side of the aisle, but we've read the playbook. We're familiar with Saul Alinsky. We're familiar with your projection. It's the Democrat Party. It is the Democrat Party with a long history of collaboration with communism, and Russia particularly. Democrats refuse to acknowledge the terror famine in Ukraine. The terror famine, you know, Putin goes around and acts like Ukraine is just another territory, and maybe it was turned into one in the 30s when the Russians starved the Ukrainians out and moved them to gulags, the ones that lived, and took over. But Ukraine is, and should remain a sovereign nation, and it's in peril now because of Nord Stream 2 and Joe Biden, President Joe Biden. Democrats sent John Service to China to work against Chiang Kai-shek and with Mao Zedong, and now we're dealing with that. It was the Democrats who sent Alger Hiss to sit across from Stalin at Yalta. It was the Democrat Party that did that. It was Harry Hopkins and the Democrat Party. Harry Hopkins lived in the FDR White House as a communist, collaborative, and operator. And it's the current Democrat Party that lied to the American people for years about this ridiculous, insidious, time-consuming, and America-wrecking Trump-Russia collusion story. Not only did they impose it on the American people, they created it. So when we're talking about rewriting history, which is what we're talking about right now, and Nord Stream 2 And who's allowed that to happen? Who's allowed Russia to impose itself on Ukraine and Europe? That responsibility, that accountability falls squarely at the feet of Joe Biden, the President of the United States, and the Democrat Party. And there can be no doubt about that. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield the balance.
Mr. Perry yields back. Recognize Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the gentleman from Virginia for offering the underlying resolution, which I support. And I will just say, I think there's bipartisan agreement that Russia is a bully and an adversary of the United States and their NATO allies. Their actions are confrontational, belligerent, and malign. And so we join together in solidarity and bipartisan solidarity to strengthen our commitment to NATO. However, I also strongly support, for the very same reasons, Mr. McCall's amendment. And I, too, received a classified briefing with many of my colleagues here on the line today. And while we will not be discussing, obviously, what we heard in that briefing, I will tell you that the decision to remove and waive the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 invited this aggression that we're seeing in the buildup of Russian forces on the border of Ukraine. Weakness invites aggression. And the hypocritical move to enable Russia's malign efforts to addict Germany and other NATO allies to their energy, while at the same time canceling our own energy dominance, just makes no sense from an economic standpoint, but certainly not from a geopolitical standpoint. And it's a bit personal to me because I was the author as a member of the National Security Subcommittee on the House Financial Services Committee, and I believe Chairman Meeks was very collaborative on this on the Financial Services Committee. I was the author of the Protecting Europe's Energy Security Act of 2019. That was a sanctions bill that directed Treasury to stop to impose sanctions to stop the construction of Nord Stream 2 pipeline and ensure Russia did not continue to undermine the energy security of NATO allies in Europe. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline is and was not a commercial project, but it was a political tool that sought to deepen European dependence on Russian energy resources. Those were tough sanctions. It targeted the pipeline vessels and foreign entities essential for the construction of the pipeline in the Baltic Sea. It denied entry into the United States to individuals who provided assistance to Nord Stream pipeline vessels for certain Russian energy exports. It gave the president the authority to impose sanctions on entities providing financial services and insurance to pipeline companies supporting certain Russian energy exports. And it tasked the executive branch with developing a strategy to improve the national and regional energy security of U.S. allies in Europe. That bill was included in the FY20 NDAA. And yes, to Mr. Connolly's point, yes, Nord Stream 2 was 95% complete. But why in the world would it be the policy of the United States to waive those sanctions and invite the aggression that we're now seeing on the border of Ukraine? I want to also address this issue of revisiting this obsession with the Trump administration. The irony is that on the policy, the previous administration was much tougher on Putin than either President Obama or certainly this Biden policy of totally giving Russia a pass on Nord Stream 2. Remember, it was President Obama who unilaterally withdrew missile defense systems from Poland and the Czech Republic. It was President Obama who drew a red line against Putin ally Bashar al-Assad. And when he crossed that line with a chemical weapons attack, President Obama did nothing. It was President Obama who, during a 2012 debate, scoffed at Mitt Romney when he declared Russia to be the most significant geopolitical threat to the United States. And it was President Obama who whispered to Putin that he would have greater flexibility to work with Russia after his 2012 reelection. And now we have a continuation of the weakness of the Obama administration, now by the Biden administration, waiving the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and inviting this current aggression. In contrast, the Trump administration increased the budget for the European Deterrence Initiative over Obama-era levels to bolster allies' defenses in response to Russian aggression and deployed U.S. soldiers to Poland as part of a majority U.S. NATO task force. The Trump administration sanctioned 5 entities and 19 individuals in March of 2018. The Trump Treasury and senior national security officials accused the Russian government of ongoing attacks on the U.S. energy grid. Over Kremlin objections, President Trump endorsed Montenegro's entry into NATO and new NATO combat deployments in Eastern Europe. President Trump approved the largest commercial sale of lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine since 2014. He approved military action against Russian ally Bashar al-Assad in Syria even after Russian threats of retaliation. According to the Lithuanian defense minister, in a conversation I had with him face-to-face during the Trump administration, that show of strength demonstrated the will to act and did more to deter Russian aggression than any other action because it signaled to the Russians that the era of American inaction was over. In Warsaw,
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Bill Keating of
point. I yield
Massachusetts
back.
For 5 minutes. Mr. Keating, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was unmuted. Just briefly on these issues, as much as I support the underlying issue in the NDAA bill, I think this discussion has just proven the point that these efforts are trying to really undercut the bill that's in question. And so it really calls to me the reason why we shouldn't support the amendment, because this discussion is really not well placed here. Number two, just quickly, not to belabor this, but let's not forget that it was the former president that indeed was withholding defensive weapons because he was trying to curry a political favor in his benefit against his opponent in an election. Let's not revise that history. That's a fact. And let's not forget that Nord Stream 2 was 95% done, if not more, prior to this. And remember this, that in Nord Stream 2 wasn't an issue with the Russian aggression in Crimea. And they continue to rattle and present a threat under this. So I want to mention this quickly with Nord Stream 2. Let's not also forget, with the current crisis, which has been alluded to by prior speakers, that Chancellor Merkel and now the new Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, have said they would stop it in its tracks if the Russian moves forward with their aggressive actions in Ukraine. So let's all put this into perspective. Let's not belabor this point. Let's not get sidetracked. Let's deal with the underlying bill that we're talking about and move forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now yield to Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee. 5 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to yield my time to Representative Barr. Let him continue with what his final thought there be appropriate.
Well, I appreciate this, and let me also say to my good friend, Mr. Keating, I appreciate the sentiment of Mr. Keating that we do need to emphasize, most importantly, that we share a bipartisan commitment to NATO, and that we share a bipartisan commitment to countering Russian aggression. I just don't appreciate this revisionist history that somehow the previous administration was not doing the right thing. And I do take exception. Maybe it's a genuine disagreement, and I trust the sincerity of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It's maybe just a good faith disagreement. But I think it was a geopolitical blunder of epic proportions that this administration reversed the policy of the National Defense Authorization Act, a bipartisan bill from fiscal year 2020, in concert with the Trump administration, to reverse course on sanctions on Nord Stream 2. It is that kind of weakness, capitulation, and appeasement, which is precisely what we should not be doing with a strongman, authoritarian dictator like Vladimir Putin. And to suggest that somehow the previous administration was weak on Russia is just flat out just based on the historical record. It's not correct. You know, the move of the previous administration to demand of our NATO allies that they pay their required 2% did more to strengthen the NATO alliance than much of what had been done in previous administrations, both Republican and Democrat. And don't forget, in Warsaw, President Trump reinforced the traditional American support for Polish freedom and asserted his personal and public support for NATO's Article 5 that an attack on one alliance member is an attack on all. And the fact that the previous administration demanded more of our NATO allies in terms of meeting their 2% defense spending to GDP significantly increased the strength and deterrent capabilities of the alliance, which directly helped counter the Russian threat. The situation has changed dramatically now, because now we have hundreds of thousands of Russian troops gathering on the border of Ukraine. Now, look, at the end of the day, we have this disagreement, but I do appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I support Mr. McCall's amendment because Nord Stream 2 is very important in the context of inviting aggression and deterring aggression. I will be supporting the gentleman's from Virginia's underlying resolution, however, because I applaud him for standing with NATO strong, having a bipartisan support for NATO, and for the establishment of the Center for Democratic Resilience. And that's the larger point. I want to make that larger point, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now, Representative David Cincillini, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to be brief. I recognize that we have gone down a bit of a rabbit hole here, but I do think there's some danger in allowing assertions to be made which completely miss very critical and important parts of our own recent history. We should not forget that the former president of the United States, when you talk about weakness and capitulation, there was overwhelming evidence that Vladimir Putin personally directed a campaign to interfere in an American presidential election that benefited Donald Trump and hurt his opponent. And that campaign was directed by the highest levels in the Russian government. Not only did the former president never condemn it, he stood in Helsinki and denied it happened and sided against his own intelligence services with Vladimir Putin, the thug we're talking about this morning. He never confronted him. During that same time, 95% of this pipeline was completed. And if any action has emboldened a thuggish leader like Vladimir Putin, it's a sense that the prior administration never took him on. So this notion that somehow President Trump stood up to Vladimir Putin, do you remember the conference in Helsinki? Do you remember the findings of the pervasive first time ever interference in an American presidential election? NATO was about saving democracy, and that's what happened. That was our history. We didn't hear word one from our Republican friends about this grotesque invasion of our democracy and interference with an American presidential election by a president who cozied up to Vladimir Putin for 4 years. Enough is enough. Thank you, Mr. Connolly, for your legislation. I urge people to reject this amendment, vote for the underlying bill, and at least develop some willingness to accept a shared set of facts based on reality. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize Representative Pfluger from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I applaud Ranking Member McCall on this. And like some of the other speakers, the underlying resolution is timely, it's important, it's necessary. But I would like to point out, at what point in time are we going to deal with the Ukraine and the issue with troops being massed on that border? If now is not the time, at what point are we going to address it? And, I'd just like to say that, it doesn't matter how you view the instruments of power and whether you believe in the diplomatic and the military and the economic side of it. When a leader wakes up in the morning and thinks about how they're going to put food and make sure that their constituents have food and how they're going to make sure the lights are kept on, I can't think of a more important issue. And I go back to the hierarchy of needs. And even if it was 95% complete, why are we looking backwards? I urge this committee to stop this bickering. Let's make decisive action right now. And if this is not the right resolution to add this amendment, then I would ask this committee, the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, I would ask this committee to come together and to oppose the Nord Stream pipeline. There is not a single Eastern European country that has not come into my office, including delegations from non-NATO countries like the Ukraine, but also including our allies, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, that come into my office and ask me why we green-lighted the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Meanwhile, we don't even have to look at the domestic side of that while we've canceled the Keystone pipeline. We have emboldened Putin. So instead of looking backwards, let's look right now at what the threat is. And we've all been there and we've all received the briefs, and we understand the urgency for what's going on. Our allies are watching us, and they're watching our values right now. This is a value moment. This amendment is a value moment. It is going to test our resolve. And our enemies, unfortunately, are also watching. They are watching whether or not we're going to come together and we're going to push back, even on the last 5%. They may complete that pipeline. They may continue to hold people in Eastern Europe beholden to Russian gas from now, from now to who knows when. But if we don't come together and we don't push back and we don't let them know that we are opposed to this, I'm afraid that they're going to see a lack of commitment. We've seen a lack of commitment in our DFC. We've seen a lack of commitment in the 3 Cs initiatives that would build out the infrastructure that so desperately need to be in place so that we can diversify and we can make sure that our allies and our partners alike can have energy. I'm tired of seeing Moscow over Midland and OPEC over Odessa. It is time to put Midland over Moscow. It's time to put Odessa over OPEC. I urge my colleagues to reconsider, and if this is not the right form, then let's introduce something today that gives our allies and our partners an understanding that we do have resolve, and it addresses Putin and their regime to let them know that we're not okay with them holding leverage and holding hostage the energy needs of so many. How many countries is it going to take to come to our capital, come to Capitol Hill and ask us for support, and yet we turn away? So I support the underlying resolution, and I appreciate the work that my colleague on the other side of the aisle and his leadership in this issue. Now is the time to stand up and to do the right thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the McCall Amendment in the nature of substitute, designated number 1 to H.Res 831. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no.
No.
No. No. No.
In the opinion, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Mr.
agreed
Chairman,
to.
on that, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on this amendment shall be postponed. We are going to vote on the postponed amendments and reporting to the House. The committee will now resume consideration of the amendments and measure on which roll call votes were requested and postponed. The committee will first resume consideration with H.R. 5665, Combating International Islamophobia Act, the measure on which roll call votes were requested and postponed. Mass Amendment number 63. The question is on Mass Amendment designated number 63. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman?
No.
Representative Sherman votes no. Representative Sears?
Sears votes no.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly?
No.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass? Representative Bass, how would you like to vote?
Did you say masked?
Bass. I think Representative Bass went off video. Representative Keating?
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline?
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra?
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro?
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus?
No.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild. I don't see Representative Wild on video anymore. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred. I don't see Representative Allred on video anymore. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. I don't see Representative Malinowski on video. Representative Kim.
No.
Representative Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs. I don't see Representative Jacobs on video anymore. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
Representative Costa votes no.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. I don't see Representative Gonzalez on video. Representative Schneider.
Schneider, no.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
McCall votes aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa.
Aye.
Representative Issa votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger on camera. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast. Representative Mast, I see you on video. I saw you mouth something. Could you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Representative Mast votes aye.
There we go. Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck on video. Representative Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. I don't see Representative Stubbe. Representative Muser.
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis. Representative Maliotakis. I don't see her on video anymore. Representative Meyer.
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Jackson on video anymore. Representative Young Kim. Representative Salazar. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no.
How am I recorded? This is Bass. Missed your last vote. So you need to be-
Representative Bass, I do not have a vote for you.
Bass votes no.
Representative
Mr. Chairman.
Bass votes no.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Allred. How am I recorded?
Representative Allred, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
No.
Representative Allred votes no.
This is Congressman Malinowski. How am I recorded?
Representative Malinowski, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
I'm a no.
Representative Malinowski votes no.
This is Representative Wild. How am I recorded?
Representative Wild, I do not have a vote for you. How would you like to vote?
No.
Representative Wild votes no.
This is Congressman Gonzalez. How do I have a vote?
I do
Am I
not have you
recorded?
recorded, sir. How would you like to vote?
I'm a no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no.
Have all members been recorded?
This is Congressman Stubbe. How am I recorded?
I do not have a vote for you, sir. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Congresswoman Maliotakis, do you have?
You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me? 'Cause I have a dead connection.
We can't hear you. Give a thumbs up or thumbs down. Who's that? Maliotakis? Congresswoman Maliotakis?
Affirmative. Can you guys hear me? I seem to have a bad.
Yeah, he said, can you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down to vote?
I vote aye.
Representative Maliotakis votes aye.
Maliotakis, aye.
Clerk will tally the vote. Report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 26 noes and 17 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. We now go to Shabbat Amendment number 30. The question is on Shabbat Amendment designated 30. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Sherman?
Mr. Sherman votes no on Shabbat 30.
Representative Sherman votes no. Representative Sears?
Sherman votes no.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass?
No.
Representative Bass?
Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating?
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline?
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra?
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro?
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus?
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu?
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild?
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips?
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar, I see you now.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred?
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin?
Nope.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger? Representative
No.
Spanberger? Oh, Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan?
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no.
Wow.
Representative Malinowski?
So just.
Representative Malinowski, I did not hear you, sir.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim?
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs?
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning?
No.
Representative Manning votes no. I don't see Representative Costa on video. Oh, there you are. Representative Costa, how would you vote, sir?
No. I
Representative
will
Costa
vote
votes
no.
no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Vargas?
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez?
Gonzalez votes no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall?
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat?
Yes.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson? Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Representative Issa, I can't hear you, sir. Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. Representative Issa votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin?
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Yes.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis. Representative Maliotakis is doing a thumbs up. She votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. Representative Young Kim. I do not see Representative Young Kim. I do not see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman. Chairman Meeks votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Any member wish to change their vote? The clerk is to report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 17 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on the Green Amendment designated number 68. A recorded vote is ordered. Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Sherman. Representative Sherman, I can see you. If you would like to vote. We'll come back to you, sir. Representative Sears.
Series votes yes.
Representative Sears votes aye. Representative Connolly. Representative Connolly.
Sorry, yes, aye.
Representative Connolly votes aye. Representative Deutsch.
Aye.
Representative Deutsch votes aye. Representative Bass.
Aye.
Representative Bass votes aye. Representative Keating.
Yes.
Representative Keating votes aye. Representative Cicilline.
Yes.
Representative Cicilline votes aye. Representative Berra.
Yes.
Representative Berra votes aye. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Representative Titus votes aye. Representative Liu.
Aye.
Representative Liu votes aye. Representative Wild.
Wild votes aye.
Representative Wild votes aye. Representative Phillips.
Aye.
Representative Phillips votes aye. I don't see Representative Omar. Representative Allred.
Aye.
Representative Allred votes aye. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. I don't see Representative Spanberger. Representative Houlihan.
Aye.
Representative Houlihan votes aye. I don't see Representative Malinowski. Representative Andy Kim.
Aye.
Representative Andy Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
Aye.
Representative Manning votes aye. Representative Costa.
Representative Costa, yes.
Representative Costa votes aye. Representative Vargas.
Aye.
Representative Vargas votes aye. Representative Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, aye.
Representative Gonzalez votes aye. Representative Schneider.
Schneider, aye.
Representative
How's Omar
Schneider votes
recorded?
aye. I do not have a vote for you, Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa. Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett?
In honor of Abigail Spamberger, I vote aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes yes. Representative Muser?
Muser votes yes.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis?
Aye.
Representative Maliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer?
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Chairman Meeks votes aye. There we go.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Chairman?
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Chairman,
One at a time, one at a time, one at a time.
Representative Sherman, I see you first, sir. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
Representative Sherman votes aye. Representative Spanberger, I also saw you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also agreeing with my colleague, Mr. Burchett, I vote aye.
Representative Spanberger votes aye.
Malinowski,
Representative Malinowski, I don't have a vote for you, sir.
I vote aye.
Representative Malinowski votes aye.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Allred. How am I recorded?
Representative Allred, I have you as an aye vote.
I can change my vote to no.
Representative Allred votes no.
Clerk to report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 39 ayes and 5 noes.
The amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on the Perry Amendment designated 444. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears.
Series votes no.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. I don't see Representative Bass. There you are, ma'am. How do you vote?
Maybe I'll just
Hello?
jump in quickly. This is Andy.
Hello?
Representative Bass, how do you vote, ma'am?
No.
And you want to go ahead
Representative
and
Bass
put
votes
those?
no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. I don't see Representative Malinowski.
I'm here.
There you are, sir. How do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
I'm here too. I vote no.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
Schneider, no.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Issa anymore. Representative Kinzinger, I don't see either. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Burchett, aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
There you are, sir. Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Malliotakis.
Aye.
Representative Malliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Representative Chairman votes no.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk shall report the tally.
Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 16 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on Shabbat Amendment number 31. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears. Representative
No.
Sears is also saying no. Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
Sorry. Hello?
Representative Bass, how do you vote?
Hello? Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild. Representative Wild. Representative Wild is doing a thumbs down. She votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
Vote me with the chair. No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
Gonzalez votes no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
Schneider, no.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Yes, aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliotakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. Representative Jackson, I don't see. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk shall report the tally,
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 16 ayes.
and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on Perry Amendment designated 445. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears.
No.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
I am.
Representative Bass.
Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Barra.
No.
Representative Barra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. I don't see Representative Omar. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan. I don't see Representative Houlihan. Representative Malinowski. I don't see Oh, there you are, sir. You vote no. Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see
recorded.
Representative Smith. Representative Omar, I'm going to come back to you at the end. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. I don't see Representative Issa. Representative Kinzinger is not here either. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green, I don't see. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stube?
Yes.
Representative Stube votes aye. Representative Muser?
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney? Representative Tenney, could you repeat yourself, ma'am?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis?
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer?
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman votes no. Representative Omar? Representative Omar, do you mind repeating yourself?
No.
Representative Omar votes no.
This is Representative Houlihan. How am I recorded?
I do not have a vote for you, ma'am.
I'd like to vote no.
Representative Houlihan votes no.
Have all members been recorded?
Louder.
Who was that?
Congressman Issa.
Representative Issa, how do you vote, sir? Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye.
Clerk shall report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 17 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on the Perry Amendment designated 446. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears?
No.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass? Representative Bass?
Bass votes no.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating?
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline?
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra?
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro?
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus?
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu?
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild? Representative Wild is doing a thumbs down. She votes no. Representative Phillips?
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar?
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred?
No way.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin?
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger?
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan?
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski?
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim?
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs?
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning?
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa?
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas?
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez? I don't see Representative Gonzalez anymore. Representative Schneider?
Yes. I'm sorry. No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall?
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat?
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson? Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin?
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner? Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Patrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett?
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stube?
Yes.
Representative Stube votes aye. Representative Muser?
Muser votes aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis? I can't hear you, Representative Maliatakis.
Aye.
Representative Malliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Meyer votes aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk, please
You
report
come
the
in,
tally.
okay, I'll come out now, hang on.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 26 noes and 17 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on Perry Amendment designated number 1. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears.
No.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
Nope.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro.
No.
Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild. Representative Wild is doing a thumbs down. She votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat? I don't see Representative Shabbat. Representative Wilson? Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. I don't see Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin?
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner? Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett?
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser?
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Malliotakis?
Aye.
Representative Malliotakis votes aye. Representative Meyer?
No.
Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't
Mr.
see
Chairman,
Representative Shabbat.
how am I recorded?
I do not have a vote for you, sir.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk shall report the tally,
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 noes and 15 ayes.
and the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is to report H.R. 5665, with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no.
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 In the
No,
opinion
no.
of the chair, the ayes have it, and without
Mr.
objection.
Chairman,
Yes.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is ordered. The question is to report H.R. 5665 with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended. All members, please turn back on your video. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman,
Aye.
Representative
He's
Sherman
doing a
votes
thumbs
aye.
up.
Representative Sears.
My chairman wants a yes. I'm a yes.
Representative Sears votes aye. Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Representative Connolly votes aye. Representative Deutsch.
Aye.
Representative Deutsch votes aye. Representative Bass.
Aye.
Representative Bass votes aye. Representative Keating.
Aye.
Representative Keating votes aye. Representative Cicilline.
Aye.
Representative Cicilline votes aye. Representative Barra.
Yes.
Representative Barra votes aye. Representative Castro.
Aye.
Representative Castro votes aye. Representative Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Representative Titus votes aye.
Yes.
Representative Liu.
Aye.
Representative Liu votes aye. Representative Wild.
Wild votes aye.
Representative Wild votes aye. Representative Phillips.
Aye.
Representative Phillips votes aye. Representative Omar.
Representative Omar votes aye.
Representative Omar votes aye. Representative Allred.
Aye.
Representative Allred votes aye. Representative Levin.
Aye.
Representative Levin votes aye. Representative Spanberger.
Aye.
Representative Spanberger votes aye. Representative Houlihan.
Aye.
Representative Houlihan votes aye. Representative Malinowski.
Aye.
Representative Malinowski votes aye. Representative Andy Kim.
Aye.
Representative Andy Kim votes aye. Representative Jacobs.
Aye.
Representative Jacobs votes aye. Representative Manning.
Aye.
Representative Manning votes aye. Representative Costa. We'll come back to Representative Costa. Representative Vargas.
Aye.
Representative Vargas votes aye. Representative Gonzalez.
Aye.
Representative Gonzalez votes aye. Representative Schneider.
Aye.
Representative Schneider votes aye. Ranking Member McCall.
No.
Ranking Member McCall votes no. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative
Costa votes no.
Mr.
Representative
Costa,
Shabbat.
stay in, wait till finish the roll call. Do not interrupt. I don't want anyone to interrupt the roll call.
Representative Shabbat.
No.
Representative Shabbat votes no. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes no. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes no. I don't see Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
No.
Representative Zeldin votes no. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes no. Representative Mast. Representative Mast.
Mast votes no.
Representative Mast votes no. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Badger votes no.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes no. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
No.
Representative Burchett votes no. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
No.
Representative Barr votes no. Representative Stubbe.
No.
Representative Stubbe votes no. Representative Muser.
No.
Representative Muser votes no. Representative Tenney.
No.
Representative Tenney votes no. Representative Pfluger.
No.
Representative Pfluger votes no. Representative Maliatakis.
No.
Representative Maliatakis votes no. Representative Meyer.
No.
Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the chairman votes yes. Representative
Chairman?
Costa.
Yes. Mr. Costa.
Al, am I recorded?
I do not have a vote for you, sir.
Mr. Costa stands admonished, and I vote yes.
Representative Costa votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 ayes and 16 noes.
The ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The measure is ordered favorably, reported as amended without objection. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will now resume consideration of H.R. 6089, Stop Iranian Drones Act, the measure on which roll call votes were requested and postponed. The question is on Perry Amendment designated 439. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears.
No.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
Nope.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro. I don't see Representative Castro anymore. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan. Representative Houlihan, I didn't hear you. Do you mind repeating yourself? You're on mute, ma'am. We'll come back.
No.
Okay, there you go. Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
No.
Ranking Member McCall votes no. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. I don't see Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr. I don't see Representative Barr.
Aye.
Oh, there you are, sir. Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger. Representative Pfluger, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Clerk.
Ranking Member McCall, you're recorded as a no.
No, I vote aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye.
Have all members been recorded? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 26 noes and 16 ayes.
and the amendment is not agreed to, without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is to report H.R. 6089 with the recommendation that the bill do pass. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, no? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will now resume consideration of H.R. 3988, the Mental Health and International Development Settings, or the MINDS Act, the measure on which a roll call votes were requested and postponed. The question is on Master Amendment designated 6-6. A recorded vote was ordered, recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears.
He votes no.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
Aye, Jay.
No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
Your TV, they just want to make the connection for you.
Representative Keating.
It's working?
No, that's the thing. I don't.
Representative
No.
Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Barra.
No.
Representative Barra votes no. I don't see Representative Castro. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred. I couldn't hear you, Representative Allred. Do you mind repeating yourself?
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
Yes.
Representative Spanberger votes aye. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs. I don't see Representative Jacobs anymore. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. I don't see Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr. I don't see Representative Barr anymore.
Aye.
There you are, sir. Representative Barr votes
Sorry.
aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how was I recorded?
Representative Jacobs, I do not have a vote for you, ma'am.
I'd like to vote no, please.
Representative Jacobs votes no.
Have all members been recorded?
How will I record it?
Who's that?
Representative Issa, I do not have a vote for you, sir.
I vote yes.
Representative Issa votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 25 noes and 18 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question now is on Perry Amendment designated 432. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears. Representative Sears. We'll come back to Representative Sears. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro. Representative Castro is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
No.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider. I didn't hear you, sir. Do you mind repeating yourself?
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast. I don't see Representative Mast anymore. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
How many of these do we have left?
I didn't hear you, sir. Do you mind repeating yourself? I can't hear you. Could you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Representative Muser is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
No.
Representative Meyer votes no. Representative Jackson, I don't see. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman,
No.
the chairman votes no.
Have all members been recorded?
And how am I recorded?
Representative Sears, I don't have a vote for you, sir.
I gonna have a nay on that?
Representative Sears votes no.
The clerk will report the tally,
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 noes and 15 ayes.
and the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is on Perry Amendment designated 433. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
I don't see Representative Sherman. Representative Sears? Representative Sears? We'll come back to you, sir. Representative Connolly?
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch?
No.
Representative
No.
Deutsch votes no.
Sorry.
Representative Bass? I don't see Representative, oh, there she is.
No. No.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating?
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline?
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Barra?
No.
Representative Barra votes no. Representative Castro? Thumbs down, meaning no. Representative Castro votes no. Representative Titus?
No, Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu?
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild?
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips?
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. I don't see Representative Omar. Representative Allred?
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin?
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger?
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan?
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski?
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim?
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs?
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning?
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa?
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas?
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. I don't see Representative Gonzalez.
No.
There
I'm
you
here.
are, sir. Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider?
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall?
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat?
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson? Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry? Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa? Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin?
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner? Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast?
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Patrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett?
What is this for? You want me to?
Burchett votes aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. Representative Green, I don't see. Representative Barr?
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser?
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney?
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger?
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis?
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer?
No.
Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
The chairman votes no.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Representative Omar, I don't have a vote for you. How would you like to vote?
No.
Representative Omar votes no.
Chairman, have I recorded?
Representative Sears, I don't have a vote for you, sir. How would you like to vote?
Can you give me a no?
Representative Sears votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Representative Sherman, I don't have a vote for you, sir. How would you like to vote?
Please record me as a no.
Representative Sherman votes no.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk shall report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 noes and 16 ayes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is on the Perry Amendment designated 435. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Sherman is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Sears. Representative Sears.
Chairman mean 436? I think he said 435. Want to make sure we're voting on the right thing.
436.
Yes. Representative Sears.
No.
Representative Sears votes no. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
Nope.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
No.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
No.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Barra.
No.
Representative Barra votes no. Representative Castro. Representative Castro is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar, I don't see. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs. I don't see Representative Jacobs. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
Yep. That's all. Costa votes no.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez. Representative Gonzalez, do you mind repeating yourself?
Gonzalez votes no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative Schneider.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall. Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. I don't see Representative Issa. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Aye.
Representative Burchett votes aye. I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis. I don't see Representative Maliatakis anymore.
Aye.
Oh, there you are, ma'am. How do you vote?
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. I don't see Representative Meyer. Oh, there you are, sir. How do you vote?
No.
Representative Meyer votes no. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Representative Omar, I don't have a vote for you.
Omar votes no.
Representative Omar votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Representative Jacobs, I don't have a vote for you, ma'am.
I'd like to vote no, please.
Representative Jacobs votes no.
Have all members been recorded? The clerk shall report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 noes and 15 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is now on the amendment and the nature of a substitute. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members unmute, and all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is to report H.R. 3988 with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
I really mean it.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any. That again? Any technical and conforming changes. The question is to report H.Res. 376 with the recommendation that the resolution do pass as amended. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
Just heard me go no. But they didn't.
The committee would now resume consideration of H.Res. 831, calling on the United States government to uphold the founding democratic principles of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and establish a Center for Democratic Resilience within the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty. The measure on which roll call votes were requested were postponed. The question now is on McCall Amendment in the nature of a substitute designated number 1 to H.Res. 831. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
I don't see Representative Sherman. I don't see Representative, oh, there you go. Representative Sherman votes no with a thumbs down. Representative Sears. Don't see Representative Sears. Representative Connolly.
Nay.
Representative Connolly votes no. Representative Deutsch.
No.
Representative Deutsch votes no. Representative Bass.
I'm going to copy Connolly. Nay.
Representative Bass votes no. Representative Keating.
Nay.
Representative Keating votes no. Representative Cicilline.
Oh.
Representative Cicilline, I didn't quite hear you. Do you mind repeating yourself?
I'm sorry, this is the Perry Amendment.
This is McCall A&S number 1 to House Resolution
correct?
831. It's the McCall A&S to House Resolution 831.
No.
Yes. And I vote no.
Representative Cicilline votes no. Representative Berra.
No.
Representative Berra votes no. Representative Castro. Representative Castro is doing a thumbs down. He votes no. Representative Titus.
Titus votes no.
Representative Titus votes no. Representative Liu.
No.
Representative Liu votes no. Representative Wild.
Wild votes no.
Representative Wild votes no. Representative Phillips.
No.
Representative Phillips votes no. Representative Omar.
No.
Representative Omar votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Levin.
No.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Spanberger.
No.
Representative Spanberger votes no. Representative Houlihan.
No.
Representative Houlihan votes no. Representative Malinowski.
No.
Representative Malinowski votes no. Representative Andy Kim.
No.
Representative Andy Kim votes no. Representative Jacobs.
No.
Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Manning.
No.
Representative Manning votes no. Representative Costa.
No.
Representative Costa votes no. Representative Vargas.
No.
Representative Vargas votes no. Representative Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is a no.
Representative Gonzalez votes no. Representative
Good
Schneider.
argument there. I'm on to tell you.
No.
Representative Schneider votes no. Ranking Member McCall.
Aye.
Ranking Member McCall votes aye. I don't see Representative Smith. Representative Shabbat.
Aye.
Representative Shabbat votes aye. Representative Wilson. Representative Wilson votes aye. Representative Perry. Representative Perry votes aye. Representative Issa is doing a thumbs up. He votes aye. I don't see Representative Kinzinger. Representative Zeldin.
Aye.
Representative Zeldin votes aye. Representative Wagner. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Mast.
Representative Mast votes aye.
Representative Mast votes aye. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye. I don't see Representative Buck. Representative Burchett.
Representative Burchett votes aye.
Representative Burchett votes
Ranking
aye.
Member McCall, if we get done by 5, you can get your seat at the Sizzler and still get the early bird special.
I don't see Representative Green. Representative Barr.
Aye.
Representative Barr votes aye. Representative Stubbe.
When was Peterborough?
Yes.
Representative Stubbe votes aye. Representative Muser.
Muser's aye.
Representative Muser votes aye. Representative Tenney. Representative Tenney.
Aye.
Representative Tenney votes aye. Representative Pfluger.
Aye.
Representative Pfluger votes aye. Representative Maliatakis.
Aye.
Representative Maliatakis votes aye. Representative Meyer.
Aye.
Representative Meyer votes aye. I don't see Representative Jackson. I don't see Representative Young Kim. I don't see Representative Salazar. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman votes no.
Is Congressman Issa recorded?
Yes, sir, you are recorded as an
Chair.
aye vote.
Thank
How
you.
am I recorded?
Representative Sears, I don't have a vote for you, sir.
Can I have a no?
Representative Sears votes no.
Have all members been recorded? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 noes and 17 ayes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The question is to report H.Res. 831 with the recommendations that the resolution do pass. We're going to take a vote by voice. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Seriously, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
Mr. Chairman,
The call.
pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures.
Without objection. Yes. I think we may be done, folks. This will conclude our business today. But let me also, as always, thank Ranking Member McCall for his work and cooperation here. But thank all of the committee members for their contributions, their assistance. The debate that we had takes a long time, but democracy is not simple. But this is an example of what others can look at to see democracy at work. I want to also thank all of the staff members on both the Democratic and Republican side for all of their work to make today what it has been a true act, an example of democracy at work on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. With that, this markup is now adjourned.
All right, everybody.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.